What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, August 14th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, some insider practice notes from Texas football fall camp. Plus, is Texas the new Alabama? Some national college football reporter says yes, while another one vehemently denies it. We've got some rule changes coming to college football here in 2025. We'll debate if we like them. We've got some NFL to get into. Congratulations in order to Jerry Jones. We've got Taylor Swift talking about her love for Xavier Worthy. We've got a little baseball to dive into. And, of course, it is a Buck Off Thursday, so your Buck Ons and Buck Offs as well over the next 2 hours. Hope everyone's having a great start to their morning. We appreciate y'all starting your Thursdays off with us. How are you today, my man?
I am doing fantastic, man. This is the 25th year of sobriety today, August 14th. That's the day I generally celebrate my sobriety. So thank you, to everybody that I know that's been a part of me staying sober. But 25 years as of today, if I make it through this day, it'll be 25 years. I don't go and have a shot or somebody tackle me and stuff it down my throat. But 25 years of sobriety is kind of the key to me being around, I would think. But I want to thank so many different people. You, my former partner, E. Hogan, for keeping me straight and narrow. My buddies, my golfing buddies, and just people in general, just the people that have listened to me over all these years that have helped me stay sober. It's fantastic. My wife, my friends, everybody but me. I needed to have the help. At one point in my life, I just said, you know what? I can't do this by myself. It's too much to handle. Because we always think that we can handle it. No matter what the situation is, we can handle it. We can make it work, but I couldn't make it work. I couldn't make it work for a month. I couldn't make it work for 2 weeks. I tried even a week and it didn't work. And I just said, I gotta go seek some health. I sought health for went to an outpatient place for only 6 weeks, but I had to go every day. And I had to travel from Lakeway all the way to Anderson Lane. And I couldn't miss one of those 3-hour meetings. And I made them all. And I was there with some young kids that were really struggling with real alcohol, cocaine, heroin addictions. And after being with these people at La Hacienda Solutions, which I went to, I never had a setback in the 25 years. The day that I quit was the day that I quit. And I never had a setback. And that had a lot to do with the people that had surrounded me. So to all those people, thank you very much. I appreciate the help, and I will continue to appreciate the help. Although it's not a part. It doesn't. They always talk about every day is that day, BK. You just always have to keep your guard up. I'm going to say, yes, I have to keep my guard up, but not like I used to. It's just not a part. It's just not a part of my life, and I'm around it. You know, I do a golf tournament that's coming up this year. It'll be celebrating its 25th year, and that's with Tito Beverage. And that guy is like the alcohol king. And I've never tasted his product. I've never tried his product. I have no clue about what his product is all about. But I can be around it. I can be around those that do it. And once again, there are people that can drink and can handle alcohol. I cannot. I just can't handle it. I don't drink for the social part of it. I drink to get drunk, or to get a buzz. I don't drink because I'm a social butterfly. And I've had people tell me, you can do this now. You can have a drink and then go on your sobriety the next day, but I can't think like that because I don't like the outcome of it. It's just not good. So thank you to everyone, and I appreciate your help. I appreciate you making me a part of TSU. There's people in Clear Channel and other places that I've been to that help me get sober. So I thank you to all of those and the people. I thank old Sammy Allred, rest his soul, the guy that told me the day that I said I was quitting, he told me that you could do this. And that guy went through all kinds of addiction in his life to the very end. And he said, you will do it. And he's absolutely right. So far, so good. So hopefully he's resting in peace. But I appreciate what he said to me. Those were the kind of the first words that came to me when I said I was going to do this. Because when I said I was going to do it, I kind of laughed and said, "You're not going to, dude. You're going to be drunk in 2 weeks." And Sammy said, "Nope, dude. It's going to be a piece of cake." So, and to those that go to AA meetings and continue to go to AA meetings, continue to do it. I went to 2 of them, BK, and I couldn't go again. Couldn't, and it didn't work for me. It just made me want to smoke like 5 packs of cigarettes. I saw people that quit drinking, smoking cigarette after cigarette, and that was their next addiction. So it was like, wow. I said, that can kill you too. It may kill you faster. So
yeah.
So people that go to AA and that's a part of their lives, continue to do it. Any way you can find not to have an addiction to whatever it is, do it. There's a lot of help and there's a lot of people that want to help you. So thank you once again.
That deserves maybe the biggest buck on in the history of this show. Congratulations to you, my man. That is a tremendous accomplishment. Hell, 25 days for someone getting sober is a big step. And the fact that you've now gone 25 years without a drink is tremendously impressive. And it's a testament to your character and your drive and to your support system as well. So congrats to you. And yeah, don't celebrate with a shot today. That's, people like to celebrate things with booze. You're not allowed to celebrate this anniversary with a drink. I won't let you.
Well, somebody can have one for me. That's all right. People that are responsible can have one for me. That'd be great.
There you go.
I'm all right with that.
I'll toast it all.
I'm sure you'll have 1 or 2 or 6.
I'll drink for the both of us. You don't need to drink. I got us both, man.
Yeah. There are people,
a good co-host does.
And I just laugh because people say, well, you're around people that drink. I said, dude, there are people that drink, have a shot, have something every day that are just fine. They can control that. And do I wish I could? No, because I just don't, I can't. I know I can't. So it's not that. And I was a drinker, but I never drank at home. I had to go out. I did lots of lies in my life because of my drinking. Lots of deceit, lots of just, where are you? Oh, I'm busy working. I got to do this, or I'll be home shortly. I mean, I screwed up a lot of things because of just for the bottle. And that's all it was, thinking I was a social butterfly. No, I had to have that stuff. And I went from getting off in the afternoon to straight to happy hour to late nights, then having to get up early in the morning. And it was awful.
It's hard how you did that, dude. Like, I don't know how you were able to drink deep into the night and then wake up to do a morning drive radio show for years. I mean, that's insane.
And people just didn't even know. They didn't know. I mean, and sometimes in the afternoons after lunch, I was 4 shots into a show. 4 shots. I mean, 4. And chasers. And then at night, who knows? Like I said, just slide the bottle down. I'll send it back to you when I'm done. Just tell me how much it is. So just happy that's not a part of it any longer. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. We do appreciate it, to you and your families, to all you guardsmen out there, all you first responders. Thank you for everything that you do for us also. Been a busy summer, but school is back in session to you, and hopefully some of you can get back to your families as some of your kids head off to school. And do be safe out there.
Well, congrats to you. A number of texts coming in on the Coda text line, a number of comments coming in this morning on our YouTube and Facebook live chats, sending you their love, and it is well-deserved. And our guy Jason says, let's raise a cup of coffee to celebrate. Now, that's something you can't resist right there.
No, I can't resist. I got to have that. That's my new deal. I got to have one of those, 2 or 3 of those a day. That's okay.
You already had a cup this morning. Do you drink coffee before the show?
Big old cup of coffee, yes. This is the last day at the Hotel California, so.
Oh, wow. All right. So wifey's coming back today?
This is a cleaning day. This is making sure that I'm not cleaning the floor. I'm sorry. Once again, I'll sweep the floor, but I'm not like mopping the floor. It's just me and Zach. I don't run around just stepping in dog shit. It's a floor. That's not my deal.
You've got an excuse today. She's coming back today. It's like your 25th anniversary of being sober. She can't get mad at you for anything.
Dude, when you go anything that went wrong is coming this way. when they come back from wherever they go, it's coming back at you. There's something wrong. There'll be something wrong at the house. My little pajama bottoms are laying on the floor, by my bed. They're there they stay there all day long. When she's gone, they have to go in a drawer. But they're just sitting there now. They've been there for like 8 straight days. Just, what do you want me to do?
Has anyone been in your house this week besides you?
No.
Exactly. To me, you've got a case. Why do I need to clean this up? No one's coming in here.
And now my underwear, my 29 pairs of underwear, I'm starting to get short. I know it's only 8 days, but me, I'm going to.
How often are you changing your drawers?
I go through some. It's hot, man. I go out there. I get sweaty, throw them in the basket, get another pair on, take a shower, get another pair on. I was outside yesterday, boy. You're talking about hot yesterday. I was doing the wheelbarrow. I've got to get me a little ATV. That's what I've come to that point again too. I've got to get one of those with a little hitch on the back. I can't do the wheelbarrow thing anymore, BK. I did that yesterday, and I thought I was going to lay in the wheelbarrow, just sit in it. It was so hot.
Take a nap in that thing?
Oh my God, folks. It is so hot outside. And how about my rain? Somebody got rain yesterday. Somebody got rain.
Yeah, well, buck off to you. I'm sorry, we're giving you the biggest buck on ever with your 25 years of sobriety, but I asked you point blank during yesterday's show to give us a prediction. Is it going to rain? Is it not going to rain? And you said, no, it's not happening. Dude, I got some thunderstorms.
I got thunder and 2 or 3 drops, and I was like outside going, come on, it's got to rain. There's lightning and thunder and no rain out here. And I got to believe I saw over Lakeway, it looked like it was just pouring at Lakeway.
I got a little bit of rain, not much, maybe 10, 15 minutes, but a nice little shower in the afternoon.
It's not going to rain today.
You feel good about this?
I feel pretty good about this. After everything of yesterday and raining all around me, but not on me, I'm feeling pretty good that there's not going to be any rain. I got to believe North Austin got some rain.
I think a number of different parts of Austin got some rain yesterday. Yeah, you missed on that one, sir. Not your best.
No.
So no rain today. We're giving you a shot at redemption, and you're saying nothing to worry about.
Weather guessers are saying like 10% to 20%. I'm saying not happening. No.
All right. We'll see if you can bounce back after yesterday.
God.
Oh, man. Good stuff. All right. A lot to get into in the world of sports and beyond. I appreciate y'all once again starting your Thursday with us. Send us your buck-ons and buck-offs here on the show. Buck, I think these are worth talking about. They're a little bit delayed, but they are some insider notes from Texas's first fall scrimmage that took place last Saturday. And I get that it may feel like old news because now this was 5 days ago, and we're actually closer to the next scrimmage than we are the one that went down last weekend.
Yep.
But a couple of important things that I think are worth talking about, and these are clarifications over some of the reports that we had early in the week. We'll start with the offensive line. And you know how we've spent some time talking about how it was pretty sloppy last weekend and how there were a number of pre-snap penalties last weekend.
Sure.
And Coach Sark said it himself in his post-practice presser on Monday that he wasn't thrilled with the sloppiness of scrimmage number 1 and that they're working on cleaning some things up. Apparently, and this is really good news if it's true, none of the pre-snap penalties came from the number 1 offensive line. It was all from the 2s and 3s. So obviously you don't want anybody to be committing those types of penalties, but your starting 5 offensive line, which of course features 4 new starters from last year's team, apparently they committed just 1 penalty in the entire scrimmage. It was a holding, but none of those pre-snap penalties that we talked about and everybody else has been talking about came from the first offensive line.
So Arch's cadence didn't screw up anything? Is that what it was?
It seems that way, right? When Arch was out there, it was good. And, Cole Hudson, obviously your new center. You've got to worry about that relationship, right, with a new quarterback and a new center. Seems like, again, those guys were able to do a pretty good job in terms of the cadence and getting the snap count right. And, of course, the first unit remains the same. It's Trevor Gooseby at left tackle, Neto Umeozulu at left guard, Cole Hudson at center, DJ Campbell at right guard, and then Brandon Baker at right tackle. So sounds like, at least from a penalty standpoint, those guys held their own. Now, the second and third offensive line's a little bit more mixed, and we're talking about a pretty good number of pre-snap infractions from that group. So we've talked about it. You really want to keep this offensive line healthy. I don't know if you want to put too much stock into one scrimmage, but Texas is pretty young. They're relatively young with their starting offensive line. They are very young with their twos and their threes. And
yeah, those guys got to chill that out too.
Yeah.
That can't become a habit for the twos because they're going to be ones at any minute, you know?
Right. Well, we already saw, obviously, one offensive lineman go down for the season. We had the Nick Brooks scare last Saturday where he left the scrimmage and, he actually left the facility early, but thankfully he's fine. He's been back at practice this week, so nothing serious there. But, yeah, those guys are one play away from having to be out there. So they're green and growing right now. They need to grow pretty quick just in case their numbers are full. So I liked hearing that. And, we talked about the defense kind of winning the day. The defense started out incredibly strong. The offense couldn't get anything going in the first couple of drives of that scrimmage. Does sound like the offensive line eventually got some good, solid runs, especially when they got into the red zone portion of the practice, which I think is music to every Texas fan's ears after what that part of the offense has looked like recently. So sounds like, yeah, the offensive line did have some good, and the number one offensive line did most of that good.
Yeah, that's good. Like that's good news. I mean, I know the head coach doesn't want it from his definitely not from the first group or the second group. He doesn't want it from his third. So it's that's just a discipline thing right there. That's guys just wanting to get off real quick, get going real quick, just a little too quick. Their minds are kind of racing at that time. But it's not always, like I said, you forget the snap count. You're trying to get a step ahead of the other guy on the other side, which can't do that.
No,
that's not. Can't accept that.
Can't accept that.
No.
There it is. Yeah, well, when you're going up against Colin Simmons and Ethan Berg and
my
Alex
God, yes.
and Murad Watson and just this loaded group of defensive linemen that Texas has, yeah, you want to get that advantage. Hell, any advantage you could get, you're gonna take. But obviously, you can't jump early. You're going to get flagged. The refs don't appreciate that excuse. This guy's really good, so I had to jump early. No, that's not going to fly.
I can try to get the angle on him. Yeah, okay. Well, here's a 5-yard penalty. Hold this flag while I walk this off.
Yeah, take the angle from 5 yards that way, and then you're good.
That just Michael sucks. I mean, there was just too many of them last year. That just, I know one guy had a bunch of them, but they all took part in that.
Yeah, for sure. Michael says, and every time we got a flag on offense last year, the first name I thought of was Cam Williams. And Cam Williams did a lot of good at right tackle for Texas, but I feel like Brandon Baker could be an upgrade. Now, we're talking about a guy who has 0 career starts under his belt and a guy going into just his second year of college football. But that was a big problem with Cam Williams all season long. And again, he did a lot of good things. He ended up getting drafted in the 6th round by Philadelphia, so good enough to play his way into the NFL draft, and a really good team selected him. But I almost
now they'll take his money when he does that.
Right. Yeah, you might be right. I feel like they can upgrade at that position, right?
Sure.
I don't know if you can really upgrade from Kelvin Banks at left tackle. As high as I am on Trevor Gooseby, I don't expect him to be Kelvin Banks. You look around the rest of the offensive line, it's like, it might be tough to be better than the guy who was just there. I feel like there's an opportunity for what Texas has at right tackle in 2025 to be better than what they had at 2024.
Yeah, they will. The center position will be really important. You don't have to be as good as that guy, but you got to be a stabilizer among all of those guys up front. So we'll see how that works out. And Hudson, he's played. He's been in games. He's played in meaningful games. So, but the guy that played there was like a 5-year starter. That's like gold right there.
Yeah, I mean, Jake Majors was never All-American level, but you knew what you had from him every single
They were always
Saturday.
trying to find a guy that was bigger, faster, that could replace him, and they never really could.
No, he was solid with what he did, and he won't be easy to replace. And like you said, with Cole Hudson, I think has appeared in 38 games.
Yeah.
He's also started 13 of them. Now, those starts came at the guard position, but he has appeared in games at center too. So That's the thing. Like, yeah, you're replacing a lot of starters on the offensive line, but a few of those guys who are coming in have been a part of a lot of moments in their Texas careers. And yeah, that center position is extremely important. It's kind of the captain of that offensive line group. The good news is you're not replacing the 18-year starter Jake Majors with an 18-year-old. We're talking about a guy who's been in this program for a long, long time.
That's a huge position. It really is. It's incredible the things that the center has to do and how quick he has to think about what's going on in front of him and then communicate that to the people that are around him. When everything is so hectic, the center has to do a lot of communicating, and they talk a lot, man. And then speaking of remembering the snap count, how about that guy? He's the guy that has to remember. When is that? Oh, okay, let me communicate. Wait a minute. What snap count did the quarterback just give me?
That's the guy that has to know the snap count, because if he doesn't know it, it could be a fumble and a turnover. If one of the other guys doesn't know it, well, it's 5 yards, and obviously that's not good. But if the center snaps the ball too early and Arch Manning is looking the other way, it goes 15 yards back, and it's either a turnover or that's a total drive.
That's that's one of the frightening things. That's almost like a punt block when you see that in football. The quarterback's in the gun, and he's looking around, and the ball goes shooting by his ear hole.
Oh, my God. Yeah, especially when you don't have an athletic quarterback. Now, Texas has one now with Arch, so you feel like he can scramble to the ball quickly enough and fall on it before anybody else does.
He can take care of the high snap for sure.
If you got a jabroni back there who's just kind of a statue, it's like, oh, my God, please go get there. Those like 1.5 seconds where they're chasing after the ball feels like an eternity. You got the slow QB back there.
Oh, my God.
So, yeah, center's definitely got to know the snap count.
Nobody's touched the defensive end that's coming clean, and there's your quarterback taking forever to try to find out how the ball is going to bounce when it goes by him.
Yeah, because the other 4 offensive linemen are still in their position, right? Like, what? Why is everyone moving? What happened? What's going on here? I thought it was on 2. What are we doing?
Wow.
And then, before you know it, your quarterback's in a pile with a bunch of guys getting his nuts grabbed, and that's
oh my God.
They're
goes tearing his fingers apart to get to that ball. My God.
Exactly. You don't need that. So that was one big takeaway from the scrimmage. And then one more, we heard about sloppy play a lot. Turnovers weren't the reason why. There was only 1 turnover in the entire scrimmage on Saturday. Pretty good
scrimmage right there.
First team, second team, third team. I mean, all of the offensive players that were out there, there was only 1 turnover, and it was a deflected pass that turned into an interception. Trey Owens was the quarterback on that play, but a defensive lineman got his hand on it. It turned into a pick. But I think the best news of the only 1 turnover is none of the running backs fumbled. Like, that's a great sign. And we had heard about some guys struggling a little bit holding on to the rock. Christian Clark is a name for as good as he's been coming off that Achilles injury, and how excited everybody is about what he's going to do in his first real year as a Longhorn. That guy has apparently had a little bit of fumbleitis during the start of fall camp. He and everybody else in that running back room didn't fumble for the entire scrimmage.
Yeah, I mean, you got to fix that or you can't play. That's pretty simple. That's one of those basic things for a running back. If you're a fumbler, you just can't play. You can't play in this offense. You can't afford to give the ball to the other guys. So you have to get over that. You, your coach, and whoever's screaming and yelling at you, got to get over that. But you yourself have to protect the ball. So.
Yeah, well, in a loaded running back room like this, I mean, that's –
oh, yeah, you don't get too many opportunities.
No, you got to do things to earn the trust of your head coach and also of your position coach. And, I mean, we saw it with Jaden Blue last year. Like, I think Jaden Blue was the most talented running back that Texas had healthy in 2024, but he lost a lot of snaps because he couldn't hold on to the rock.
No, you can't do that.
And that allowed, Trey Wisner to obviously become this team's leading rusher. And look, Jaden Blue worked on it. I don't know if he completely fixed it, but he improved it enough to where the coaches felt good enough about putting him out there in big games and in the college football playoff too. But yeah, I mean, he lost his chance to be this team's leading rusher because the coaches couldn't trust him to not turn it over.
Yeah, you can't, you can't make the club with the ball's always on the ground. Or, I mean, it doesn't, and it's not always. It only takes you a few of those before you lose your spot. That's.
Look, I think
the trust of it, people are fidgety about, you, as a play caller, you don't want to say, oh, I got to give him the ball now. And in this time of the game, I'm a little nervous about doing that. Play callers don't want to do that. They want somebody that they know it's going to at least hold on to the ball. May not be blocked perfectly. They may not make the right decision, but they don't like to take a lot. You don't like to take a chance on a fumbler. You don't. You have too many other guys that can hold on to the ball. And at this kind of level of football, there's too many other really good running backs to take a chance on the ball going the other way.
That's it right there. I mean, with Trey Wisner and C.J. Baxter and Christian Clark and Jarrett Gibson and James Simon and Ricky Stewart, like if they don't trust you, then you're not going to play, because it's not like trust the other guys that they have in that running back room. It's one of the deepest rooms in the country. So, like,
and
you think about that.
And Sark seems to be a guy, BK, that wants to trust a guy. He wants, if there's a certain thing that he does well, it's like Bill Belichick. If there's something that you do well, we're going to ask you to do that. We're not going to ask you to do something that you can't. We don't believe that you can do. We've seen you, and we know you can't do that. So why would we ask you to do something like that? But if you have a special talent, they want to use it. So something like not being able to hold on to the ball, and you've got a special talent, it's hard for people to take that chance, you know? Jaden Blue got a chance to do that. He had a special talent. He's very fortunate because of the things that he can do, that he's got those, he got those extra carries, or even threw the ball to him and let him do stuff like that. But most of the times when they threw it to him, he was gone past the guy anyway. I mean, he's by. Forget about fumbling. You didn't have a chance to put your hands on him. He went right by you.
He's a freak athlete, and Cowboys fans are seeing that early on in camp. Blue dealing with an injury right now that he's getting back from, but yeah, he is a supreme talent. But Trey Wisner had 226 carries last year. Jaden Blue had 134. That's not because Trey Wisner was that much better than Jaden Blue. It was because Trey Wisner could hold on to the ball, and Jaden Blue couldn't. So yeah, I mean, you've got to do a lot in Steve Sarkisian's offense as a running back. Like, Jarrett Gibson was Texas's leading rusher through the first 3 games of 2024, and his run of snaps kind of dwindled as the season progressed, in large part because he couldn't block. He couldn't pass protect, and they didn't really trust him in the passing game as a receiving threat either. And it's like, well, we're not going to throw you out there because we've got these other 2 guys who are obviously really talented players because they're running backs at Texas, and they can do those things better than you. So, hey, until you can figure this out, you're going to have to sit on the pine for a little bit.
Yeah, I think if he's trimmed down a little bit, I think he'll be a better pass catcher. The pass protection thing is, dude, you're out of high school. Sorry. You need to know this. It's you or your coach. You got to figure that out. Either you want to do it or you don't want to do it. It's one of those, you got to have the heart to do it. But in this offense, that's just a part of it. That's a part of what you have to do. You don't always got to just go out. You don't have free releases where you don't have to block somebody. Sometimes they all come, and you got to pick up somebody. And if you can't keep that dude out, or you're just going to grab him and hold him, you can't play. Somebody else can do it.
If you don't want to do it, go hang out with the walk-ons and wave some towels before every kickoff,
You can go down there and you go out to give the defense a really good look as a good running back. That's where you end up. You end up down there wondering why you're not up at the other group.
That too. And you think about, the game 16 days from now, right? Like Trey Wisner is going to be this team starting running back. I think C.J. Baxter will be the first guy off the bench. But, if either of those guys fumble, then I think Sark will probably move on to the next. And if Christian Clark or Jarrett Gibson, if they get like 1 or 2 snaps and they cough it up, then we're not going to look at those guys for the rest of the game.
No, but if they make a big play, this is where when you get your opportunity and you can make a big play against an Ohio State, it doesn't matter who you make the play against. You can make it against San Jose State. If you make a big play on a carry, they're gonna let you have it again. So, you got to take advantage of, when you got a talented group, you got to take advantage of everything. And more so than anything, you got to take care of the ball at practice, because you got really good defenders slapping the ball out from your hands and coming across you and coming from behind you. That's where you got to take care of the ball. You're going to see the best players you play against right there at practice every day. And their job is to get the ball. They want turnovers. They want to make you look bad. Sorry that they're your teammate or your roommate or anything else. They're trying to make the team themselves.
That's one of those things that Sark has openly talked about, and we have as well. This coaching staff is putting an emphasis on the defense taking the ball away, but also on the offense protecting the football, right? And for the first week or so of practice, takeaways were the story of camp. And again, going back to last Saturday's scrimmage, no fumbles for anybody, not just running backs, but obviously the receivers and the quarterbacks were able to hold on to the ball too. And the only interception was on a tipped ball, but no picks for Arch or Matthew Caldwell or KJ Lacey at all. That's good. That means the message of, hey, protecting the football is coming across, because we know how many ball hawks there are on this Texas defense.
Yeah, they need some success this week in their scrimmage.
Yeah.
Sark will get success this week. When you hear the report from the insiders that you had a chance to see this, let me tell you, there'll be success the week before the game. There are going to be things that are going to happen offensively that everybody's going to say, wow, that's amazing. They're going to put the defense in a little bit of a bind somehow, because the head coach can't have his quarterback and his running backs and certain things not have success. They're going to go attack this defense a little bit, and that's a good thing.
It is. And then, I think starting next week is when you really start focusing on Ohio State, right?
Yes.
I'm sure they're talking about that game right now, but these first couple of weeks is kind of install and, hey, here's what we're going to be and here's what we're going to do. Then the next couple of weeks, it'll be about, okay,
as a head coach, you can't have you're right. As the head coach, you can't have your defense pummeling your offense this week and the next scrimmage. Those guys have to have some success. So there'll be some meetings where they know exactly what the coverage is and they know what this, and somebody's gonna get loose. They got to have the defense make a couple mistakes. They can't make every play. That's not good for you. That's not good for the team. The team.
We're all about the team, huh?
Yeah, we're all about the team. Defense doesn't care. Generally, the defense doesn't give a rat's ass about the team. They're about defense. Offense needs success. And the offensive coordinator who calls the play, he's got to have some success. So they'll gear it up where you'll see some things happen in this scrimmage where the offense will be, well, they looked a little bit better. Man, what a nice play. This guy got beat. That guy got beat. Don't think it's because the defense made a mistake. It's just because the offense decided that they got to have some wins too.
For sure. And these practices have been incredibly competitive. I mean, we've heard one or two stories of Sark having to break up skirmishes and making guys run because they're getting into some extracurricular activities after plays.
Sure.
These are the most competitive people in the world.
And it's getting really boring playing against that guy across from you every day. That guy's really, really good. Can I get a guy that I can handle every once in a while and slap him in the head,
Combination of that, plus, hey, we're hitting crunch time. It's 2 weeks from Saturday, and it's guys also competing for playing time. So that adds to the competition. You're trying to show all the coaches that you're worthy of getting extra snaps, and that's going to ramp up the intensity of every drill and every
school. Hey, school will be coming into session soon. Are you worried about that academically?
School?
Yeah.
This isn't Texas School Unfiltered here, sir. We're talking about the sports. I care about the sports, not the school.
Hey, they got to go to classes soon. You got to get all your, you got to show up at class.
Hey, just get good enough grades to be eligible to play. That's all I care about.
What?
And you could pay somebody else to get you those grades, whatever.
What do you think that NIL money? What do you think that NIL money's for?
Yeah, whatever has to happen to keep you on the field. That's all I need. All right.
Not I don't what it's about, sir. It's about the whole person.
Yeah, I know Sark's been raising the team GPA pretty much every year since he's been here. But look, all that stuff's great. I'm not mad that the GPA is getting better. But the only reason I'm not mad at that is because the on-field results have gotten better. If you were to tell me that, this team's going to have a 3.9 GPA this year, but they're going to go 8-4. You know what I'm thinking? Too much time in the classroom.
There you go.
Get off the books and get on the field.
My God.
What are we doing? You're already at the University of Texas. For me, that was all I needed. Get me in.
You'd be great selling to parents at the house. Hey, he was a good student in high school, but don't think he's going to be that when he gets to college. We got work to do when he gets here.
Yeah, congrats on your BS kinesiology major that your son is trying to have. We're trying to get him. We're trying to get him NFL contracts.
That's still a thing, right, at Texas, kinesiology, right?
It is
the study of movement.
Study of movement.
Yeah, it's important. Move your ass to that. Move your ass on that field.
And move your ass. That is great. That's me, man. That's what I care about.
A bunch of my guys were like, in kinesiology. And then they told me, I said, what the hell is kinesiology? Are you trying to be a gym teacher? He said, oh, no, it's the study of movement. I'm like, okay, well, move your ass from that spot to that spot over there, okay?
Yeah, that kid just learned what that word meant like 2 hours ago.
Yes.
Yeah, 16 days till game one. I think class starts on August 25th.
Wow.
Which is 11 days from now. We're not really spending much time talking about that date or that countdown. We're focused on, August 30th, 2 weeks from Saturday.
Oh, you didn't get to class for the first month anyway.
I was actually the opposite. I was a guy who showed up on syllabus week when no one else was there. So the teachers got to see me and they're like, look at this overachiever. This guy is here when nobody else is. This is a guy that's going to be here every single day. He's a guy that I can rely on. And then once everyone else started showing up.
I sat right in the front row. I got a seat right in front of the dude's face. Loser, yeah. I was the loser that sat there. I didn't sit up there just jacking around up top in the auditorium. I sat right there, my eyes on him, introduced myself, because when I needed help, it was very easy to go to that dude and say, hey. And that guy said, I see you here every day, Mr. Godbolt. That is very kind of you. Even though you're a dope, I don't want to see you here again. Here's a nice fat C. And I'd be like, nice. Do you want a B? You know you could make a B. No, thank you. Give me that C. See you later.
Oh, he was trying to get something out of you to improve your grade? Hey, what are you going to do for me, guy?
No, dude. I sat right in the front row. I used to tell my players, just go in the front row, dude. That's all. Just let them know that you're interested in their class, even though I know you're not. Pretty sure you're not interested in kinesiology there.
C's and D's get degrees, my man.
There you go.
There's your tip for kids this morning.
No, I never got a lot of D's. I think D was like a failure in like Catholic school. You had to have C's. D's were like no good.
D's nut.
Yeah.
D's are good. I don't think I ever got a C in my college career. I got a number of D's. I was always like B or D. I couldn't get in between. I was either getting a 60-something or I was getting an 80-something.
They just need you. You didn't get just pass me. But you said,
the D's.
A D was a passing grade.
Yeah, wow. Not every class, but in some classes, a D would get you through. And I had a few of those.
That's what's wrong with America. Too many D's out there. We need more B's and C's.
I'm a fan of the D's. Ladies, if you want to do what you have to do to get you to a D, then I won't say anything against that, I don't discriminate. The B's are fine. You can work with the B's.
I didn't have a lot of B's.
You can work with the A's, but if you can get the D's, that's what we're looking for here.
Yeah. Oh, there goes Zach.
Oh my God! Is someone robbing you right now? What is happening?
There's a dude walking down the street with a backpack on, and Zach is like at the front door. He sees him, and he thinks that he can probably jump that fence and tear that guy's leg right off. Quiet, Zach.
That guy would punt Zach to the next neighborhood.
Yeah, good luck for his little foot with this little chubby dog. It'd break his toes. Oh, yeah.
Not LBs, huh?
She's going to find out I put a few extra LBs on this little chubby little schnauzer.
That's awesome. All right.
I wait till she goes to pick that dog up, and she goes, what? Oh, my arm. Oh, my back.
What have you been doing? Too many treats?
No, he's not. Schnauzers aren't supposed to have like treats. They have a special diet that he eats that food, that little, what's that called? Little Pet, or that stuff that's like people food. Did you see the commercial?
Fresh Pet.
Fresh Pet. He eats Fresh Pet.
You're putting dog food in the fridge?
Yeah, he eats that crap. I've never seen anything in my life. That other dog just eats just hard rock food and some burger mix, with some juice on it. This one eats Fresh Pet. I'm like, that is so, I got to believe, I don't even ask what a thing of Fresh Pet costs. It probably costs like a steak. I get 2 of them for $60. Man.
The dog's living the good life right there. He eats better than I do.
Dog, my old dogs back in the day used to eat whatever I ate. That's what the dog ate. If I couldn't finish it at the table, I'd slap it in his bowl. That dog couldn't wait to eat that bread, chicken with the bones in it. That dog couldn't wait.
I say it all the time. That's the worst part of being a dog is that you have to eat the same meal every single day for your entire life. And you have to wait to be fed at the same time every single day of your entire life. That sucks right there. So they love it when they get the opportunity to eat something else or eat at a different time. That's the best thing ever for them.
Yeah, I once took a from a steak, and I left the bone out there, but like my other dog Yogi would chew the bone. I mean, there wouldn't be anything left. But this goofy dog here, Louie, he just licks on the bone and leaves it out there. And then Zach came out once and grabbed that bone, and Louie grabbed him by the shoulders with his mouth and flung him, just flung Zach.
No way.
Flung him like 6 yards, like a foot, like an underhand pass or something. That dog went and bam. And boy, he never goes. Zach sees a bone now. He runs the other way.
Yeah, that'll do it to you.
Yeah, well, this other one's 140 some pounds, and he doesn't mind biting into the meat of another animal.
Oh God, yeah. Some big dogs are betas, but you've got a couple of alphas there who will.
Yeah, this one's just getting going now that the other one has passed away. So he's just finding a way that he's the kind of the boss now.
There you go.
The only thing is the cats are way smarter than the two dogs. The two cats,
cats are so smart.
Oh, the stupid dog chases the cat. The cat goes up the tree, gets right on the first limb, and just looks down at it like, eventually, you dumbass, you're going to get out of it because it's hot, and you're going to down there. I'm up in this tree in the shade, and you're going to go somewhere, and I'm just going to go right back to the porch, and you can't do anything about it.
Cats are so smart, especially outdoor cats like you have, who have to just find food to survive. Like they're so unbelievably smart. It's why I don't ever want a cat. I'm cool with cats, but I'm dumb. I cannot just be schooled by a cat every single day.
They let you know when it's feeding time. They'll come up to the porch and say, hey, you're a little bit late. They'll tap on the window like, hey, where's my food? No, this isn't what I had yesterday. Why are you trying to do something different? If I want this, I'll go out and find a mouse in the field. And they do that too. They'll eat a mouse and then they'll come back and get their regular dinner. My cats have been great, except for I had one ended up being like 16 years old, and he got fooled by a pack of coyotes. And they dragged his ass off. He just it would sleep by the garage door when the garage door was down. And I think the coyotes figured out where his sleeping place was and surrounded him and got him. Dumb cat. Got old and got dumb. So when you get older, you can't get dumb. Got to get smart, experience.
I like that. All right.
Tip for kids in the car. Hey, don't lie by the garage when the garage door is down. Get in the garage and pull it down.
Yeah, or sleep inside the house, maybe.
I never had an indoor cat. Never would. No, thank you.
I don't blame you. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. The Bucs celebrating 25 years of sobriety today. A lot of folks have been chiming in this morning. Keep sending in your congrats and well wishes. Shout out to our guy, Nem. So going back a few minutes, congratulations on the anniversary of your sobriety, Buck.
Thank you very much. And congratulations to Patrick. I think he took his son to school for the first time today. He did the walk with his kid. That's awesome.
Very cool. That's a monumental
Make
moment.
that kid walk every day. Don't let him get on the bus. Make him walk to school. If the school's what is the kid? First grade? Are you able? I don't know. You're allowed to let a first grader walk a mile to school, are you?
I think it's the first day. If it's the first day ever, it's probably like pre-K or something. So the kid's 4 years old, 5 years old? No, it's probably a bittersweet day. Like when you're walking your kid to school for the first time, it's kind of bittersweet. And then I think once you get home and you realize you have the whole day to do whatever the hell you want, it probably becomes the sweetest thing ever, right?
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that kid all day.
Like, oh, I got to give up my kid. This is so sad. And they grow up so fast. And then you walk in your front door and it's like, oh, shit, this is incredible.
There's no sound of the kid. There's no, hey, grabbing you by the shorts saying, hey, can we do this today? It's like, really? Kid's gone?
Go get you a nap, Patrick. We love you listening. I wouldn't blame you at all if you just wanted to go back to sleep right now, man. Catch up a little bit. You've earned it. Oh, man. All right. We got some sponsor shout outs we got to give love to. We'll dive into these college football rule changes that have been announced. We've got
Yes,
some
sir.
NFL to talk about, plenty more Longhorn football as well. But before we move on, how about a few sponsor shout-outs?
Hello to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick since 1975. The incredible selection of Longhorn apparel, collectibles, tons of Texas-themed items and gifts that they have there in a wide variety of men's and women's clothing. Men's and women's clothing. Look at that. About old style. Going with that.
Okay.
They've got it all there. Free shipping on online orders of $59 or more, free curbside pickup, and plenty of parking space there at 5222 Burnett Road. Go on by and say hello to Jay and the gang over there. Yeah, they've got, as I said, they don't have any more scheduled classes. I don't know if he's got them in yet, but I don't think so. But they've got the T-shirts. Time to get those Texas tees. And they've got them in all kinds. They got the ones with the horns. They got the full out blown Texas across them. I love the T-shirts because you need it right now outside. But everything you want is at Sue Patrick when it comes to Texas. Of course, tailgate party stuff. If you're having a tailgate party, they've got it all. They got all the stuff for your barbecue at Sue Patrick. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information. Love the folks at Sue Patrick.
Oh, yeah, 100%. We'll be out there in a couple of weeks for another live broadcast out at
Absolutely,
Sue.
man.
Love hanging out there. Also love AV Consultations. Speaking of guys who have been around for a long time, AV Consultations has now been around for 37 years. They just celebrated their 37th birthday earlier this week. And you want to give them a birthday gift? How about you call them and get your home TV setup done by the start of football season? We are 9 days away from college football. 1 week from Saturday is week 0. And obviously a week from that is Texas, Ohio State, and the first big Saturday of the college football season. It is basically here, which means you are running out of time to make the call to AV Consultations to get your home TV setup done by the time kickoff rolls around. It's not too late. Make the call today. Get on the schedule. They will hook you up. If you want the giant 85-inch screen like the Buck has, if you want the 4 TV man cave like I have, you want the home theater room with the giant projection screen and the surround sound, whatever your AV heart desires, AV Consultations can make it happen for you. They've been hooking up Central Texas since 1988. Yeah, they've been around longer than I've been alive. They will take care of you. All you have to do is give them a call, and they will take care of the rest. It's 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Very nice. Hello, our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. Hey, nice and cool in my home right now. It's been hot as a mother over the last couple of weeks, but right now it's as cool as can be thanks to the folks at Woods Comfort Systems, making sure my air conditioning system is working properly. Wife's out of town, didn't touch any of the buttons. It's the air conditioner was left right where it was supposed to be. I haven't touched anything, and it is so comfortable inside here. And folks, if you're worried about your system not working properly and you've had some trouble keeping the temperature right where you want it, call on Woods Comfort Systems. They'll get their technicians out to you. And it's almost time to start thinking about winterizing your home too. They can do that. Make sure all the filters are changed, that all the ducts are clean inside your home, and they can get it done. And they will be there in a hurry, and they'll be out of there in a hurry also. Almost 70 years of service in Central Texas, whether it's heating, air conditioning, or plumbing. Woods Comfort Systems is the very best in the business.
Yes, sir. WoodsComfortSystems.com, 512-842-5066. Make sure you tell them you heard about them on TSU. And a quick shout out to OLIPOP.
There you go.
Well, this thing is dripping. It is sweating. It is begging to be drank.
There you go.
Crack this bad boy open. We've got an OLIPOP cream soda this morning, one of the 19 great flavors of OLIPOP. If you've never tried this yet, you are missing out. I had sworn off soda for years. Not because I didn't like the taste. Everybody likes the taste of soda, but all of the ingredients in there, it's not good. Too much sugar, too many calories, a bunch of unhealthy stuff. You know when you're drinking a traditional soda that you probably shouldn't be doing it. Well, OLIPOP has the solution. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Ingredients in here that support good digestive health. Check the nutrition facts here. Only 2 grams of sugar and 40 calories in this entire can. I don't know how they did it, but they found a way to make a soda good for you. So next time you're at the grocery store, make sure you shop OLIPOP.
I saw a van in front of the Atlanta airport, BK, that caught on fire. held up flights in Atlanta, at the Delta airline. How about that? It doesn't happen in the plane. It happens in vans outside, caught on fire, started to explode. Wow.
Was it on the tarmac or was it
No,
like,
it was in front of the airport, parked in front of the airport, caught on fire.
and that caused a bunch of delays for flights?
Of course it did. People are going to freak out. They're wondering if somebody's trying to bomb the airport with a van. It just caught on fire.
Hey, the gate.
It can only happen happened at Atlanta, at the Delta, in front of Delta.
Well, if the airport's blowing up, don't you want to get on the plane and fly out of town?
I would, but of course
trying
they're
to
going
get
to
out
hold
of
that
there.
up.
Yeah, I'd be trying to get out of there as soon as possible. Why aren't you getting on your plane?
They're delaying flights.
They find any excuse they can to delay fights these days, don't they?
Yes.
Out of control. All right. I didn't see that one. All right, Buck, we got some college football rule changes to dive into here. We won't spend a ton of time on this, but it's worth bringing up because these were announced yesterday.
Okay.
And these are things that everyone's going to notice when college football returns 1 week from Saturday. Maybe the biggest rule change that's taking place: if a player presents themselves as injured after the officials have spotted the ball, that player's team will be charged a timeout or a delay of game penalty if they have no timeouts left. And that player also must sit out at least one play and cannot return unless they receive approval from a team's medical personnel. So this rule is being instituted because of all of the fake injuries that we've seen in not just college football, but all levels of football in recent years, right? So many offenses are going so up tempo, and defenses are getting tired, and they're getting picked apart, and you'll just see guys like right before a ball is snapped, they'll just fake an injury and they'll hit the deck.
Yeah.
This is
Or they can't
now
get on
you're
the field because they're tired.
Yeah, exactly. They're 20 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and they don't think they can run fast enough to get back there to avoid an offsides penalty. So they'll just sit on the ground, and the refs will blow the play dead because of an injury. Now it's, hey, once the ball is spotted, you cannot get hurt unless you want to cost your team a timeout.
Yeah, that's good. That's good for the game.
Yeah. I mean, I always worry a little bit when you leave things up to the refs and subjectivity, but this one feels pretty obvious, right? The ball is spotted. You can't get hurt if you do. Your team's taking a timeout. So I think everyone's in favor of this. If this
scream and yell before they spot the ball.
Right. Yeah. Then you wonder about did a guy fall before the ball was spotted? Was he there a split second before? And what happens now?
They're going to have that. It's just that they take advantage of that rule. They've been taking advantage of that for a long time. Coaches telling the guy to get down. Just, hey, get down. Yeah.
Yeah, and some of these guys aren't even hiding it anymore,
no.
Right? It's just so obvious that they're faking it just to get a breather for their team that it's gotten out of control. So I like this rule change. Another notable rule change, they're calling this the Ja Morant rule. Penalties will now be assessed to any celebration that mimics a weapon. Before, only an act of firing a weapon resulted in an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. Now, an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty will be called on a player who brandishes a simulated weapon.
You can't even put the gun back in the holster now.
Can't even holster a gun. You can't even lift up your jersey and act like you're taking a gun out of, your waistband. Nothing like that. No gun stuff.
I'm fine with that. It just seems like a waste of time anyway doing that.
It's no open carry on the football field. Yeah, I don't care too much about it. You're doing a fake gun. I don't think you're hurting anybody, but there's kids watching, I guess. So
it's just a waste of time. Just go and play. Let's go.
Yeah. A couple other minor things. Again, I mean, most of these are kind of non-important, or at least not that important. Teams now will only get one timeout starting in the third overtime. So when you had those super long 5, 6, 7 overtime games, teams used to get a new timeout in every overtime period. Remember, it's only those 2-point conversions now. It's not even series anymore. It's 2-point conversion plays.
And you get a timeout for it.
Yeah, you get a timeout. Each team would take a timeout before the play. And it's
sure.
Oh my God, The whole point of changing these overtime rules to get to these conversions instead of actual drives is to speed this thing up.
Yeah,
because you're giving everybody a timeout. It's like you're slowing it down even more. So that happened. And then one thing on reviews, instead of saying confirmed or stands, officials will now use the word upheld when they announce reviews that will not be overturned. And you're yawning, so you don't care about this.
Upheld, who cares? It stands or whatever.
Right.
You're wasting too much time. Why is it taking so long to figure it out? Look at it. No, the guy was down. Don't try something different. Let's go. It's upheld. It stands. Let's roll.
That would be that'd be a much better rule change if they're like, yeah, every review is limited to 60 seconds. And then you got to make a decision by then. Like we're not doing these 3, 4, 5-minute reviews anymore.
We got to go under the hood. We got to get underneath the hood and all that stuff.
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to go to a commercial break during a review. Like that's way too long. Just get this done, speed it up a little bit. I'm very much in favor of replay review. It's incredibly important because these refs miss a lot. We've learned that. But you cannot be delaying games for minutes at a time to look at a targeting penalty. Please.
Yeah, we don't want to see 2 fresh pet commercials and then we're back with and they're just getting ready to give you the answer.
Your dogs get excited when they see the fresh pet commercials. They hear those words and they run to the TV, start wagging their tail.
Yeah, where's my food? Where he runs to the bowl. Hey, this bowl's empty again?
Yeah, what are you doing here, guy? And then any defensive player within 1 yard of the line of scrimmage cannot make any quick, abrupt, or exaggerated motions that simulate action at the snap. So this is also like you can't try to draw somebody on the offense offsides.
That's kind of goofy. That's goofy to me. Hey, just, you know what? Unless you enter into their zone and they jump and it's offside on you, you should be able to move.
That's like I always wonder about those super quick shifts when like all 3 or 4 defensive linemen will basically like stand up and move at the exact same time. And to me, that's always been kind of unfair. Like, because obviously an offensive player, I mean, you can't even lean back if you're an offensive lineman. Yet if you're on defense, like you could make that super quick, abrupt movement that really, to me, like I'm watching on TV, I'm like, oh shit, if I'm looking at the defense, I think the ball is snapped because of that. So I've always been like, that feels weird that they can do that. I don't know if this rule changes that. I don't know exactly what a quick, abrupt, or exaggerated action that
I wonder if individual guys can do that, and maybe you can't do it as a group.
Yeah. Yeah, like you should be able to like move around and like shift a little bit. But to me, it's like some of those are literally, I am trying to get the offense to jump. Like there's a way you can slide over a little bit. Or
what happens if you're in the wrong gap and somebody says, hey, you need to move over and you move. I mean,
yeah, to me, that's fine. Like if like a linebacker like taps your butt and is like, hey, slide over this way.
Yeah.
Slide over that way. That's okay. But it's when like all 4 guys literally like stand up really fast and then move it. Like you'll see
this is going to be up to the officials' judgment too. I got a feeling.
Yeah, and that is what worries me a little bit, right? What constitutes that quick, abrupt, or exaggerated? Those are the words that they use. What exactly are those things? I don't know. I don't know how strict they're going to be with any of this stuff. But
I'm wondering, does that mean even if you're not in the zone, I mean, you just can't do it. You just can't move right across the line. You can't do it, whether you cross over the line or not. They don't want you making those movements at all.
That's it.
They want you to be a standing target for that guy over there.
Standing target for the offensive line to come truck.
Yes. We want to know exactly where you are.
Get you some. So there you go. Those are some of the rule changes coming to college football this year. Nothing too crazy, nothing too
That one right there is going to get a lot of coaches heated right there.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't I don't know. I don't know how closely it'll be enforced, but it could. I mean, that is a change with what's been allowed in recent college football.
Yeah, and plus, as you said, when the linebacker moves a defensive lineman over, you're in the wrong gap. You're supposed to be over here, a yard over, and the guy moves over. That will suck.
Right. Yeah, that'd be ridiculous. If that's a penalty, that's just over the top. So, and Dozer brings up a good point. Like if the offense audibles and they change their formation, Like the defense is allowed to audible too, right? They're allowed to move guys
Should
around
be.
to
Should
match
be.
what the offense is doing. I don't think it'll be as tightly enforced as we're kind of speculating.
I don't either. I don't know. I know they're making a rule, but I don't think it's going to be enforced like you said. It's not going to.
With college football refs, you never know. And I don't know if they deserve the benefit of the doubts ever. They're going to do something.
Luckily, not in the
right.
Big 12, or you'd have to put up with some of that madness of those guys trying to make decisions.
Big 12 refs are really bad. As bad as SEC refs are, I do feel like they are better than Big 12 refs.
They were.
Yeah, every conference thinks they have the worst officiating, but I'm here to tell you, as a guy of a team who's been in multiple conferences in the last couple of years, Big 12's got the worst officials.
They do.
Yeah, they can have that title. That's the only title that they're getting these days. So they can get it. They can get it. All right. I do want to dive into this, Buck. You ever heard of the phrase sex sells?
Yes.
You know what else sells?
No.
Texas.
Yes, it does.
Texas is the new sex. Texas sells. Everyone's talking about Texas because Texas gets the people going. 2 days ago, Ralph Russo, who is a national college football writer at The Athletic, he wrote an article titled, "Is Texas College Football's New Alabama?" Where he wrote, quote, "In short, Texas is becoming the new Alabama. No, that doesn't mean the Longhorns are going to rattle off a half dozen titles in the next decade, but this is the season Texas puts its staying power on display. There's always another draft pick. There's always another All-American. The talent conveyor belt is fully operational and well-funded. The days of stumbling as a 12-point favorite at home appear to be over," end quote. So basically, it's an entire article from Ralph Russo saying, like, Texas has become what Alabama was under Nick Saban. And we could dive into that for a second before we get to some other comments about that. But your thoughts on that comparison from Ralph Russo?
Well, I think when it comes to what Alabama has been for years and years, when it comes to recruiting, Texas is right on par with them right now. They continue to roll in player after player after player. Not just homegrown, but from wherever they want to go get them, they can get them now. They don't have to rely on their state. They can go there. It's a national power that can go anywhere and bring a kid that they want to the university. I mean, it's got everybody's on the same page when it comes to administration, when it comes to the football program. The head coach is solid. I think over the next 2 years, I don't know if I feel like it's Alabama. Over the next 2 years, I think that will tell. After 2 back-to-back semifinals, where do they go from here? There'd be a lot of people would be disappointed in another semifinal. Dude, if you got to 3 semifinals in a row, it would be like, are you kidding me? You can't complain about that. You can't bitch about that. If you get that, those are few and far between to do that 3 years in a row. Alabama's used to getting to national championship games, so I don't think Texas is quite there yet. But over the next 2 years, I think you can start really talking about it. I think that's just a piece that he did, that it's trying to build up to that. I don't think it's there yet.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, a half dozen titles in the next decade sounds pretty nice, right? Where do
It
I
does.
sign for that? But everyone's looking for the new Alabama. I thought Georgia was the new Alabama. Like, was Kirby Smart's Georgia not that team?
And I'm thinking they're going to stink this year, and they're like in the top 5. What the hell?
Right. I mean, well, they've won national championships. Like, you gotta win a lot to get to what Alabama was under Nick Saban. Like, Texas hasn't won one national championship.
That takes more than 2 years of semifinals to think that they're there. They're looking for it. They're looking for the next Alabama. But as you said, why isn't Georgia the next Alabama? Why haven't they been the next Alabama?
Well, I feel like they're the closest thing, but they're still not even there right now. But
No.
For Texas, I mean, you have to win at least one. To me, you have to win at least 2 titles to even be mentioned in the same paragraph as what Alabama was doing. Texas has 0 titles. If Texas went out and won it all this year, I wouldn't be like, oh, they're Alabama. They're about to do what Nick Saban did. No, you got to win multiple championships in a short amount of time to
I would
even
agree.
enter that discussion. So
I mean, I think it's on a nice trajectory, though. I mean, what's going on right now, I love it. I can't say it. I need 2 years, and like you said, you got to win one first. You got to win a title.
Yeah, they haven't even been to a championship game in this era, let alone win a title, let alone win multiple titles, let alone do anything close to what Nick Saban was doing at Alabama. It's ridiculous.
And they were the number one recruiting class years and years and years straight. They were number 3 or number 5 or here this year they're number 1, but the following year they were number 8. I mean, they just backed it up year in and year out. Like I said, I think Texas is on that way when it comes to recruiting your players all over the country.
Yeah, they're on a good trajectory. I agree with you there, and they are one of the most consistent programs in college football right now, and they deserve to be, mentioned as a legit national championship contender this year. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it 50 times. It's just, this is ridiculous by Ralph Russo. He's going for clicks. He wanted people to be talking. Texas sells, and you have to say something ridiculously controversial about Texas to get people.
Oh no, because they write those things, and I think they truly feel it. But what they want is, what is it going to be if there's a downfall or something happens? Now they can, now that people get after them, they get more clicks here and more clicks there. Hey, remember, you're the guy who said how Texas is the next Bama, but they lost this game. It's just sports. That's all.
Right.
Just sports.
It's dumb. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's ridiculous. So that article comes out 2 days ago. Now we've got Colin Cowherd. He has responded on his show yesterday. And, well, here's what he said on that Athletic article, saying that Texas is college football's new Alabama.
Texas, my entire life, has been USC in cowboy hats. It's good looking, a lot of style, a lot of vibe, a lot of energy. Coach always makes a lot of money. Cool stadium, cool city. Where are all the natties? So Texas and USC played, in my opinion, the most memorable college football game, 2005, Rose Bowl. I was at it. It was unbelievable. It's the best looking crowd in the history of college football, even in a very busy city full of glamour like LA. It was the coolest thing in LA for months. And I love Texas football, and I didn't go there. I don't understand why I love Texas football, but it's something you can love without living there. It's cool. They passed the eye test. They have most of my life, but they're not Alabama. They're not gritty, right? Like Texas is the prom king. He's the coolest guy in school. He may be the best looking guy in school. He's the prom king.
There's Colin Cowherd comparing Texas to the prom king and saying that, they're not Alabama right there. No one fears Texas.
Just enjoy building it to where you think it should be. That's what I would say for folks. But for people in our business, or Colin Cowherd, or the guy who wrote that article, that's what they're searching for something. I mean, you as a fan, you understand. You've been around Texas football, and you have, even yourself, you've been around Texas football for a while. You understand what it's all about. It's the ones on the outside that are thinking, because they have this and they have that all of a sudden they are Alabama. But nobody in their right mind, there's no Texas fan that feels that way. They understand what's going on here.
Yeah. That's why I think it's stupid, right? I think dumb journalism should be called out.
I would agree.
Or not. Texas has won one national title in the last 55 years. That's the reality. It sucks. I'm sorry to bring that up. And again, we feel like this program's in a great spot, and they're going to be competing for a lot of national championships while Steve Sarkisian is the coach. But the reality is they've been closer to Colorado than Alabama over the last 50 years. So I don't it's stupid to say that this team is the new Alabama when they haven't even won an SEC championship yet. And you're talking about them being better than Georgia and better than Bama and better than all these other teams. It's that's just, I don't want that kind of pub.
Yeah, I think you have to do it consistently. You can't do it 1 year and then miss 8 years in the SEC that you don't do it again. You got to back that up with an SEC championship, a national championship, and 2 years later you got to be right back in the national championship game again. You can't not be there 10 years from now, 10 years from now, that's when you come back again. It's got to be consistent.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
and consistency to me is not every year in this sport, but it's not every 10 years.
It's pretty close. I mean, that if you're trying to be Alabama with Nick Saban, I know they didn't win it all every year.
I know, you're right. You're right. You're right. For him, it was like.
I mean, Kalen DeBoer went 9-3 in his first year, and they're ready to fire him out there. Like that's how good Nick Saban was. So you can't go 8-4 this year and be what Nick Saban's Alabama was. Like that's not how it works. I don't think Texas is going to do that, but you can't be compared to that dynasty. You can't even be compared to Kirby Smart's Georgia or Dabo Swinney's Clemson unless you win one. Hell, I'd say 2 national championships. It's been 20 years since Texas has won a title. So I don't agree with everything Colin Cowherd said. And also he kept comparing Texas to USC. Like USC went 7-6 last year and 8-5 the year before. Texas did not. So you got to stop comparing those two schools together because they're clearly on different playing fields right now. But man, Cowherd's a little closer than Ralph Russo is on this.
Yeah,
up the brakes.
Yeah, does that guy lose his credibility? Which some people, yes, he'll lose it, but to those that are in this business, they know exactly what he's trying to do.
Yeah, I guess so. And that's dumb. I'm going to call it out. He also went on to say, Colin Cowherd, I should say, went on to say, quote, Sark can coach, Sark has big money, Sark can recruit, but do you trust Texas in a big spot if they're playing a hyper-physical SEC team or like, an Ohio State or Notre Dame, a top physical team? Do you trust them? I don't. I mean, I may be a USC honk, but I don't trust them. If it's drizzling, you won't get their A game. You will not get USC's A game if it's overcast and there's a light drizzle in the second quarter, end quote. So again, can we stop the USC comps? Because what Lincoln Riley has at USC couldn't hold a candle to what Sark is doing in Austin right now.
No, that dude is trying to talk about what went on when the other dude was there, when Pete Carroll was there, or John Robinson. That's what he's going back to his old days when USC every year was there. It seemed like
there still is. And whether you like Colin Cowherd or think he knows ball or this, that, or the other, there are still people out there who are questioning Texas's physicality. And you look at the 3 games they lost last year, again, Ohio State and Georgia, like those are the teams. I mean, Cowherd used the word Ohio State, and he talked about a hyper-physical SEC team. That is Georgia.
Yes.
Like Texas has to consistently prove that they can win and be in the mix for national titles, but they also have to prove that, they can beat teams like that on a consistent basis.
No doubt.
To garner the respect of everybody around the college football world.
Well, that's why they're playing in semifinals and not in finals. Those are the little things that are still kind of missing. I mean, everybody will know when they get there. It's not quite there, but that doesn't mean they can't win a national championship. I mean, there are teams that won't be as physical as the teams that he's talking about that get to the national championship. They'll have other ways that they get there,
Sure.
They'll just have guys that are faster, not always stronger, but sometimes faster. They'll have smarter coaches that allow smart you and get you to those spots. But generally, there's somebody that's going to be extremely physical that makes it to a national championship game. There's not a lot of finesse teams that win national championship. Alabama didn't have too many finesse guys. They had guys on offense, and the lines of scrimmage were physical, period. And so is Georgia.
It's kind of a microcosm of Texas's lack of physicality in big moments. It was the end of that Ohio State game a few months ago. Like they had a first and goal from the 1-yard line with a chance to tie the game and maybe force overtime, and they got bullied at the goal line.
Howard's not telling us anything that we don't know about, and the people that follow the sport at the University of Texas, who follow Texas football, I think they understand what's the separation when those big games come. It's just what you're talking about. First and goal, scoring zone. We need a first down. We need to run out the game. I think we all understand, and we'll see it, and we'll know it when it happens in those games. We'll know it. And against the Mississippi States of the world or the San Jose States, and when you do it, it's not going to mean very much. You should do it. Your third string guy should be doing it.
Damn, you're comparing San Jose State to Mississippi State, huh? Tough for the Bulldogs.
It's just those games. It won't mean much. Your fans will be excited about it. Did you see that run, that 3rd and 2 run that we needed against Mississippi State? You'll be like, yeah, Okay.
Texas has a chance to put the country on notice 16 days from now. And if they go
Yeah.
out there,
There's no doubt about that. That's game one. They win that game, and it won't be any of that. Well, Ohio State didn't have their players. Oh, okay. Well, Texas didn't have a bunch of theirs either. So they win that game, which I think they will. And I don't care what they're saying. I'm picking them to win that football game.
Yeah. Well, if they win that game, guess what? They're still not the new Alabama. But
No.
they go out there, they can send a message that, yeah, they can beat teams like that are super physical. I mean, that's one of the biggest games of the college football regular season, and it's going to be one of the most watched games of the entire year in this sport. Everyone's going to be paying attention to what you can do. And, yeah, if you go out there and you bully Ohio State in their own house on a day that they're raising the banner, yeah, people are going to be giving you a lot of love, and deservedly so. So a chance to show that this year is a little bit different. But look, I hope 4 or 5 years from now we're talking about Texas being in the middle of some sort of Alabama type of run under Nick Saban. That would be great. But I don't know. It's irresponsible by Ralph Russo here to make that comparison. That's ridiculous.
Well, it's the new hot thing because the quarterback. I mean, it's they want to roll with. They want this thing rolling in that direction. They want to have something new to talk about now that Nick Saban's not around. They want it, and Kirby for everything that he's done, which he's done a fantastic job. They've got some weird little issues at that place. They want a new hero.
Yeah.
And Texas seems to be the one out there, and the kid at quarterback, and the things that have happened over the last couple of years, and Sark, and the feel good story about Sark is right there too. So people want to have something else to cheer about. They just do. And that's fine, but you got to build it, and it's being built right now, and you just don't go from step one to step 5 like that. It takes some time, and once it gets going, maybe it will be. But I think the people that know this program will understand when it's there. The people outside of it, they want it to be there now.
Yeah, well, I want it to be there now too. That sounds.
Well, I do too. Well, I do too. But I mean, and 2 semifinals tells you you're damn close.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to the original thing. I said Texas sells. That's what happens.
Yes.
It would have made more sense to write this exact article about Ohio State. The team that beat Texas, won the national championship last year. Like, they've got staying power. They always have another draft pick. They always have another All-American. Their talent conveyor belt is fully operational.
Yeah, why isn't it not them? You're right. Why is it not that group?
They just don't sell. Like you said, the Arch thing sells, the Sark thing sells, and the Texas brand. Ohio State's a massive brand too, but I guess it ain't as massive as Texas, because Texas gets the new Alabama title despite not doing anything that.
It wasn't like it was that long ago that the University of Michigan won a national championship. Why isn't that program selling? I mean, that's a pretty good. They've got pretty good history there.
They're not allowed to cheat anymore, so everyone knew they were going to fall off.
See, they need a new hero. That's what they need.
They need Connor Stallions. That guy. How does that guy not have a statue yet, man? You got to lean into it, Michigan. That guy's the reason you won a championship. That guy is more important than any player you had on that team that year.
He's more important than Bo.
More important than Bo, more important than Harbaugh, more important than any of those guys. Get that dude a statue right there.
Definitely more important than Lloyd Carr.
Yeah, and Sharon Crybaby Moore, too.
Oh, boy.
All right, we'll take your thoughts. Is Texas the new Alabama? If you say yes, look, I still love you, but I'm going to think you're crazy. But Ralph Russo, again, a national college football reporter, literally put out a giant, long article talking about how Texas is the new Alabama, the new standard.
Well, if it happened this year, he'd be on his way. He'd feel like he's on his way.
Hey, if Texas beat Ohio State and beat Notre Dame in the national title, and he wrote this, I would still say, let's tap the brakes. You need multiple before you get that type of, love and praise. But
people would be buying into that, dude.
Yeah, it'd be a little more feasible and a little more stomachable if that happens. Now it's just stupid. And even as a diehard Texas fan and a Texas grad, I'm embarrassed that people are saying this kind of shit about my school. Give me a break. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Go to text line 512-222-9328. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Taylor Swift, we don't talk about her a lot on this show, but We learned that
my pen pal. We
pretty
talk
big-
about it because she's my pen pal.
You're right. We might have to get into that story here, but also she had a lot of love for a Texas Longhorn yesterday. We'll get into that in a moment, but first, how about another round of sponsor shout outs?
Folks, our friends over at Relax the Back, they embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is to live wellness. And folks, right now, great savings on zero gravity recliners, Tempur-Pedic mattresses, pillows. They've got the human scale office chairs and desk available for you. But what they have is the accessories that'll make your shoulders, your back, your lower lumbar area feel fantastic. It doesn't matter. There's an accessory at Relax the Back just for you to make you feel good. Now, nothing's going to make me feel as good as this chair. This chair is absolutely king for me. I love it. They got 2 great locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now a word from our great friends out at Covert BK.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Where you are always treated like family.
Folks, every day there's a happy hour at the League Kitchen and Tavern from 3 to 6. But Thursday, prime to wine, prime rib with how about half price off a bottle of wine just for you. I love their prime rib over at the League Kitchen and Tavern. 4 great locations, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Caves, and Avery Ranch. Chef-inspired comfort food for the heart and the soul, made from scratch every day. The Hawaiian wings, of course, you're going to love those. Pulled pork sliders, teriyaki glaze, pork chops, Cobb salad, and all-day breakfast just for you at the League Kitchen and Tavern. Great selection of wine, of course. You can buy it by the glass. As I said, happy hour. There's a little bit off by the glass, whether it's beer or a cocktail or your wines. You can get it all at the League Kitchen and Tavern.
Yes, indeed. And shout out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes as
Yes.
well. How's that putting green, Buck?
Looking good. Wait till the boss gets home tonight and sees the putting green. Now I'll be able to play little games with her, teach her how to putt, because those people can't putt.
You mean those people?
Those people like my wife that aren't good putters. How's that?
Those people like your wife or just your wife or who's?
Those people.
That?
Hey, let them cook.
So the women. Now it's very obvious that you're saying women. I wasn't sure before, but you cleared it up for me. Thank you very much.
Oh, boy.
I like that. You're going to do the Happy Gilmore. You're going to be Chubbs and she'll be Happy Gilmore. It's all in the hip. It's all in the hips.
Yeah, baby. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks to Mike McCall and his gang there. He's got those subcontractors that do a little bit of everything, and I've got a nice putting green thanks to him.
Yeah, if you want to upgrade your home, obviously with a putting green like that, if you want to add some new life to your outdoor space, a new bathroom, a new kitchen, whatever, McCall Custom Homes can hook you up. It's a family-run business that's been around Central Texas for more than 40 years, and they can turn your home into something truly special. Just check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. You can give Mike a call himself, 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Sweet.
All right, Buck. Your girl, Taylor Swift, can she putt? Probably not. She's a woman, right? So she can't?
No, she doesn't have to putt. She shouldn't even have a putter in her hand. She has other things to do.
You don't think she's golfing very much?
No, she just needs a guitar. I don't even know if she can play the guitar.
She can play the guitar.
Okay.
I think. I shouldn't say that so confidently. She can play the guitar, right? She started as a country singer. Can't they all play guitar?
Yes, she did. That's when we were pen pals.
That's when you guys were pen pals, and she just wrote you a letter in person one time, right? That was the extent of your pen pal relationship.
And send me a guitar pick. I still have it. It's all encased in, yes.
She mailed it to you or she just gave it to you?
She sent it to me. It was sent to me.
Okay. All right. Did you ever write her back?
No, the initial one was, I made a statement on the radio, but I got this deal back from her, and it was really, really nice because I think I think initially when she first started in country music, she would handwrite letters to people. I mean, she didn't do all through her, her fan club. She actually did. Her parents must have told her, if somebody sends you something or says something, you send it to them and handwrite it. And this was a handwritten letter from her. I still have that.
And you didn't write her back.
I'm busy.
She took the liberty to handwrite you a note and send you a guitar pick, and you couldn't write a thank you note?
I thanked her. The message got to her. It was a message to her. I didn't handwrite her back. I was with Bob Cole at the time, and we were up for country personalities of the year. Small market personalities, and Taylor Swift, was the ambassador in Nashville, and she wrote to all the award recipients that, congratulations, but it wasn't like stamped stuff. It didn't come on a computer. It came from her handwriting. But she sent me a little guitar pick with her picture on it.
It's great. And then you you thanked her on a radio show that she wasn't listening to?
She's listened.
Yeah, I'm sure she listened once. What are the odds that she was listening on that day that you thanked her? She never got a thank you.
Why are you making it difficult on me? We're pen pals. We're good. Hey, we're tight. Not as tight.
You know how many people would dream of getting a handwritten note from Taylor Swift? People would murder people for that.
Seriously?
And you couldn't take the time out of your day to write her a thank you note. It's tough, man.
People really, is she that impressive?
Oh, dude, she is like the global star right now. She just had the most successful tour of all time. That Eras tour that she just finished, sold more seats than any other concert tour in human history. She is massive.
What is she, the Beatles?
She's bigger than the Beatles.
Bigger than the Beatles?
In terms of her numbers, music's growing and there's a lot more people out there and whatever, but she is shattering Beatles records right now. I'm not a huge fan of her work. I'm probably coming off like a fanboy right now. I'm just
come on, fanboy. What do I do right now? I wonder if I give that deal to my granddaughter. She would know about Taylor. By the time she grows up, she'll know about that. I should just give it to her, right? I shouldn't just chuck that. That shouldn't be going into the waste when it's time for me to depart, right?
Right. You know what your granddaughter's going to do as soon as she gets old enough?
What?
eBay.
Get the hell. No, nobody would buy that.
An autograph from Taylor Swift in a framed picture?
It's got my name on it.
Well, you can wipe that out and put a different name on.
Oh, my God.
Cross out the Bucky. Cross out the Bucky. You don't even need a new name. You could just pretend it was to you.
Oh, my
it doesn't
God.
have Bucky's name on it. I bought a signed Mike Modano jersey in high school back in the day, and it says to Allen. That's the kid I bought it from. I still bought it from him. It was Mike Modano signed authentic jersey. I'll take that. Yeah. I also paid $10. It was a great deal. Where are you going to get a signed jersey like that for $10? But yeah,
that's true.
You can stomach that, or you can white it out. No big deal. All right.
How many little girls that would die for that? That's what Patrick said. Seriously?
Yeah, he's not wrong.
Well, then I'll give it to my
all ages, dude.
I'll give it to one of my granddaughters. I got a few of them, so I'll figure out which one I like the best, and I'll give it to her. They're all little.
That better be a silent gift too. You can't be telling the other ones hey, I gave, your sister or your cousin this thing. Yeah,
they'll freak out like that, want to kill each other.
Yeah. I don't know how big a T Swift fans they are, or Swifties as they call them, but yeah, there's a chance you're going to piss somebody off, and you might piss a few of them off if you do that.
Yeah, I had heard a long time ago that when she first, was in, her parents made her, she would have to sign all these things, these notes that would come to her. She'd have to handwrite thank yous to her fans. She don't do that anymore, I guarantee you. She might.
Yeah. Maybe she does, or maybe she pays somebody who has handwriting that looks just like.
Yeah, she pays Kelsey to do it.
Yeah, Speaking of Kelsey, that's the good segue. That's why we're talking about Taylor Swift right now, because last night Taylor Swift made her podcast debut, and she made an appearance on the New Heights podcast, which is the show that Travis and Jason Kelsey co-host. And, they recorded it in advance, but they released it as a premiere last night. Buck, at one point during the streaming of this premiere, there were more than 1.3 million people tuned in to this episode. And again, it's like a podcast. You can go back and listen at any time. You don't have to watch it live, just like our show. Like we post ours as soon as we're done. If you want to watch it, listen after the fact, you can. Same thing with this deal. They had 1.3 million people streaming it live at one time last night.
Wow.
It means 1.3 million people heard Taylor Swift talking about Xavier Worthy. So, they were talking about, obviously, Travis and Taylor's relationship, but also, like, Taylor's newfound love for football, right? Obviously, she's gotten into it. The TV cameras show her during every game, and it's over the top. They show her way too much.
And she likes the sport. She's into it now. She knows about football, yeah.
Yeah, when they show her, like, she's cheering. Like, you could tell she's paying attention to the game, and she gets excited when Travis does anything. She gets excited when the Chiefs do anything. Like, she's a new fan, but I'll give her credit. She seems locked into the games when she's there. And they were talking about, like, okay, her new love for football, and, like, when did you kind of realize you were a big football fan? And here's a story she told.
I became like a person who was running through the halls of my house screaming, "We drafted Xavier Worthy!" And my friends are like, who body snatched you? What do you mean we drafted Xavier Worthy?
I forget where I was, but you were the first person to tell me that we drafted the fastest man in the draft.
No, I was screeching. I couldn't believe it. I was freaking out. We're talking about like,
either. I'm like, wait, is she right? I had to look this up. I'm like, did she get the wrong information here? But yeah, we traded up.
Yeah.
She knew they traded up to get. I mean, really?
How about that? So Taylor Swift was watching the draft. Travis Kelsey wasn't.
No, he wasn't. No.
There are a lot of current players that don't. I don't think that's like an indictment on Travis Kelsey.
No.
But like Taylor Swift was locked into the draft, and who are the Chiefs going to take? Travis Kelsey was out doing who knows what. And then Taylor, as soon as the Chiefs trade up and take X, she's running around the house screaming, and then she calls her boyfriend to tell him the news, and he's like, "Are you sure? Like, did that really?" So,
how do you know that? How do you know that? I've been watching, fool.
Yeah, how about that? Her paying attention, but also that's a nice endorsement for Xavier Worthy, isn't it?
Sweet.
Yeah, the biggest pop star in the world knows who you are. Not only does she know who you are, she's like saying how excited she was when her favorite team picked you in the draft.
Yeah, when is that breakup happening? For Kelsey.
That's your big takeaway from all this. She goes on the podcast for the first time, and now you think the breakup is happening soon?
Is that a record-breaking podcast? Was that records broken last night?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's like the most watched or listened to podcast ever, but it's definitely the best show that those guys have ever done.
Wow.
So yeah, man, you got to eat this one, and you got to wear it, because last year, all year long, you said that by the time we get to New Year's, by the time we get to 2025, the relationship will be over.
Yeah,
and
but I did say I hope they're in love. I hope that's a real love thing, and it seems like it is.
Yeah, it is. Well, you were wrong, and now you're saying, "Oh, I hope they break up again," or "When are they going to break up again?" You can't play.
I'm just saying, when is it going to happen? Maybe after the new album.
Oh yeah, she also announced that she is releasing a new album that came out last night.
Uh-oh, look out!
So get ready for that one. I think it's her 12th, and I'm sure that's going to do ridiculous numbers. But, there are some folks out there rooting for a breakup because they want to hear what the album after that would be. Because, she sings a lot about her ex-boyfriends and previous relationship troubles. So, people want some dirt on Travis Kelsey. That could happen if they break up. But as of now, they're still together. They're going in the right direction.
Good for them.
So you want to take another stab at when they're going to be done?
No, I'm not. I'm wishing them good luck.
All right. It's very nice of you.
Continued success, continued happiness. Nothing like being happy.
Yeah, there you go. I haven't seen if Xavier Worthy has responded to that yet, but it's good stuff. Good stuff for him. Love that. All right. We'll take your thoughts. The code of text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. And yeah, get ready to see more Taylor Swift on your screen during football season, because that's what we all watch for, isn't it?
No.
Okay. NFL news, as we continue this, Shedeur Sanders got hurt, and he left Browns practice yesterday with an oblique injury.
Oh,
to joint practice with Philly. It's considered day-to-day. It doesn't sound that serious, but it does sound like Shedeur Sanders will miss the Browns' second preseason game this weekend. And he looked pretty good in game one, but obviously he's still in that competition with Dillon Gabriel and Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco and Tyler Huntley. And it seems like that guy needs all the reps he can to have a legit shot at the starting job, and this isn't going to help with that.
Yeah, I still don't think he'll be the starter. I think Joe Flacco, they're expecting him to start. But he's looking for that number 2 spot. And Dillon Gabriel has, a hamstring pull? They hadn't been back on the – I think he's back now, but they just haven't had him – they weren't ready to scrimmage him or get him into preseason games yet. Maybe this is his chance this week.
Yeah. And
I don't know what's up with Little Hands Pickett. I think he pulled a hammy too.
Both Pickett and Gabriel have been nursing hamstring injuries. So, but those guys, I think, are both back on the practice field right now. And yeah, I'm with you. I don't think Shedeur Sanders was ever going to win that job. But the question is, like, when the Browns starter, whoever does win that competition, ends up inevitably sucking, who gets the next chance?
Yes.
Is Shedeur Sanders the first guy off the bench, or is it like Flacco 1, Pickett 2, Gabriel 3, Sanders 4? Or, Flacco 1, Gabriel 2, Sanders 3, Pickett 4. Like, how does – there's a chance all 4 of those guys play this year. Like, the Browns are going to be one of the worst teams in football, per usual.
Well,
so they might –
after watching Sanders in game 1, BK, I would think if he would have played in this next game, he would have been number 2 off the bench.
Yeah, I mean, we just didn't see we didn't see Gabriel or Pickett, though. So, like, no. I don't know how those guys would have done in those spots. And I think we kind of know what Kenny Pickett is. He's not a franchise quarterback in the NFL. So to me, if you're the Browns, like, this year is about finding out if you have something with either Dillon Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, yeah, or do you have to go out? Are you going to go drafting again?
That's it. Yeah, because I think the Browns are going to have a top 5 pick again. Last year they had one, and they traded down. They had a chance to take a quarterback. They obviously couldn't get Cam Ward, who ended up going 1-1, but they chose not to take any of the other quarterbacks early. So next year, if they have another top 5 draft pick, and it should be a much better quarterback class. I mean, even if Arch Manning doesn't come out, you're still going to have Cade Klubnik. You're still going to have Garrett Nussmeier.
Yes.
You're still going to have Drew Aller out of Penn State. There's a couple more names out there, too, that are escaping me right now, but it's a much better quarterback class. At least we think it's going to be a much better quarterback class. So if you're the Browns, it's like, dude, we just spent 2 draft picks on QBs last year. Do we take another one right now? That's why I didn't understand the Shedeur Sanders pick at all. Like, I'm higher on Shedeur. I thought he should have gone way earlier than he did. I think most people agree, but it's like, you already just drafted a quarterback, and then what's going to happen next year? You're going to take another quarterback next year? What are you going to do with this guy?
Yeah, you're going to have to find out about the guys that you have, or you're going to have to get rid of a couple of ones that you have. You can't have 8 quarterbacks in your program.
They're like Texas with punters, aren't they?
Yeah, very similar. Giving out scholarships, giving out contracts.
And Lenore Sellers was the name I was thinking of too. Like, if he puts together a great year at South Carolina, he could be a pretty high, quarterback draft pick next year. So that's what this year needs to be about for Cleveland. It's like, you're going to be bad, but you have to know if Dillon Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders looks like they can at least give you something as your future at the quarterback position.
Yeah, but I don't think either of those guys, no matter from this point on, will start. I think Joe Flacco starts it because they're going to pretend like they want to win, or they're trying to win.
Every team has to do that at the start of the year, right?
Oh yeah. Myles Garrett says, "Hey, Myles Garrett said, I don't want to come here just to lose." So they're going to pretend that they're trying to win the first 3 games, and then after they're 0-3, then they can just get back to being the Browns.
Well, don't forget, Myles Garrett re-signed there because he believes the Browns can compete for a Super Bowl. That's the only reason. It has nothing to do with the money he got, even though.
So you got to give it a chance for at least 3 games, and then you can quit after that.
Okay. Well, how about these first 4 games for Cleveland this year? Cincinnati, at Baltimore, Green Bay, at Detroit. What do you think the Browns' record is?
0-4, and
Yeah.
3 of them are going to be beat badly. Wow.
Then they host your Vikings in week 5, then at Pittsburgh in week 6. Like,
wow.
Could they win
That's
2
awful.
of those 6? Picking them to go 2-4 out of the gate feels like a lot.
Now they may get 1, and it may probably, and I don't know if it's the Vikings with their new quarterback. The Vikings will be okay. Dude, they may be 0 for 6.
Yeah, they've had some success against Joe Burrow, believe it or not. But yeah, that's a tough. They're obviously in a tough division because Cincy's good, Baltimore's good, Pittsburgh is always solid. So they got to deal with both of those teams every year. I'm not breaking any news to anybody that the Browns suck. So there's that news there. Some Cowboys news. But congratulations are in order for Jerry Jones. Yesterday, Sportico released its annual NFL valuations. And once again, the Dallas Cowboys were named the most valuable franchise in the National Football League. About $12.8 billion.
Wow.
Jerry Jones bought the Cowboys in 1989 for $150 million.
Sell, Jerry, sell.
In the 36 years since, his investment has increased 8,433%.
That means sell, Jerry, sell.
Every $1 Jerry invested into the team is now worth $84.33.
Wouldn't you think it'd be a great time to sell?
It'd be a great time to sell.
Man.
The best time to sell. Not only are you the most valuable franchise in the NFL, you're the most valuable franchise in pro sports. Go ahead and cash out, right? Isn't that
Cash
enough
out,
ROI?
man. Eventually you have to cash out before you cash out. So cash out now.
Isn't an
While you're not cashed out.
8,400%. If any of the stocks that I own increased 8,400%, oh shit, I would have cashed out a long time ago.
Yeah, they would have never got to be that high.
If it got to like 1,000, I would have been like, yep, we're good here. That's enough. Thank you very much. 8,400.
It's tough. It's a
Jerry
family
Jones.
business. So, it's not Jerry's thinking about everybody else in his family. He's not just thinking about Jerry.
No,
you know that.
You're right. You're right. And the Cowboys have been ranked number 1 in all 6 years that Sportico has released this list. Number 2, the LA Rams, $10.43 billion. That move to Los Angeles seemingly did them pretty well, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
The New York Giants coming in at 3rd at $10.25 billion. Patriots 4th. The San Francisco 49ers 5th. It's the most valuable NFL franchises. That's all Jerry Jones cares about, right? Doesn't care about wins and losses. He just cares about making money. And, well, from a business standpoint, he's doing a pretty damn good job.
Well, he ain't selling. That's the problem.
You think
He's making money, but it's a good time to sell.
How much more valuable? I mean, it might seem ludicrous because the Cowboys are valued at more than $2 billion more than any other team. How much more valuable could they be if they were actually good?
Oh, my goodness.
They were like competing for Super Bowls and obviously winning Super Bowls or a Super Bowl. Yeah, it'd be, what, 15 bill? Maybe up to 20 bill? They weren't dog crap every season?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely wouldn't be selling then.
Oh, they get talked about all the time, and they don't even do anything worth being talked about. Imagine if
Does
they
that
actually
dude have,
did.
I mean, does he have more than one son? Is it Steven and who else? Is there another son somewhere?
Jerry Jr. Oh, come on. A guy like that, you don't think he has a son named after him? Jerry Jr. is in the mix.
What does he do? What does that dude do?
Jerry Jr.
Is
He's
he
with the Cowboys? They're all with the Cowboys. I can't remember his exact
but
title.
what is his role? What is his title?
He is, here we go, Chief Sales and Marketing Officer.
So he makes him the cash. He's the one. He's in charge of the upping of the pizzas and the beer and all that stuff, and marketing the Cowboys and jerseys.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. He probably just tells somebody else to do all that shit, don't you think?
Yeah. Does Jerry's wife have a title in management there?
She's got the title of the yacht. The Bravo Eugenia.
Yeah,
that's
all you
title.
need.
Bravo Eugenia. That's all you need. Exactly.
Yeah, I thought under management they all had some kind of title.
She also has the title of former Miss Arkansas USA back in 1960.
Now you're talking.
There you go. Back in the day. I don't know if she has a job. I mean, she's very involved with the Cowboys for sure and does a ton of philanthropic work with the Cowboys.
Oh, she does tons of stuff at that stadium. There are all kinds of little museums inside that stadium that have her name on it.
Oh, yeah, all the artwork and stuff that they get. Like, that's her baby right there. She's doing that. So she's involved there. But, yeah, no, there's all the siblings are involved. And then Charlotte that's the daughter, and she's got a job in the Cowboys front office too. Chief Brand Officer. Also, all three of the kids are executive vice presidents.
Oh, they are?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. EVPs,
Wow.
of course. And, they all have other titles as well. So, yeah, Jerry Jr., Steven, and Charlotte are the name of the three kids.
Really juicy bag.
Thank you, Steven.
What about that other one? What about that other one that they took off the streets or something?
The one that they keep locked in the basement somewhere that no one knows about?
She doesn't have a title yet.
Oh. Yeah, no, those are the legitimate children of Jerry and Eugenia Jones. There's allegedly a number of other children out there that Jerry Jones has spawned in this
They don't
life.
have titles. They just get paid.
They just get a check and, hey, sign this NDA and here's your money. Shut up. Don't tell anybody about yourself, please.
They always tell, Jerry. Don't ever think they won't tell.
Don't try to find out who your dad is, all right? If you want these dollars to keep coming your way, then just keep that to yourself. That'll be good. How about this? Another congrats to Jerry Jones. This is kind of wild. 2 days ago was Tuesday, right? Today's Thursday, 2 days ago. Yeah. Tuesday, Jerry Jones told the Dallas Morning News that he survived a battle with stage 4 cancer that lasted more than a decade and included 4 surgeries. He told the DMN that he was diagnosed in June of 2010 and began treatment soon after. For the next 10 years, he had 2 lung surgeries, 2 lymph node surgeries, and he credited an experimental drug called PD-1 therapy for saving his life.
That's awesome. I saw that yesterday. I thought that was awesome. Experimental drug that helped him fight that. That's great for him. You're not excited about that helping him, are you?
I got to be careful with my words here, right?
Yes, you do.
You know, we're great friends and partners with the American Cancer Society.
Yes, we are.
Great friends and partners with St. Jude. By the way, you could donate to our St. Jude walk team in the link below. It's in the YouTube video description if you're watching. And you're supposed to root for people to beat cancer, but
yes, you are.
Did this experimental drug have to work on Jerry? Did they have to experiment with him?
And that's been a long time. And that guy's been doing that for a while.
He battled it for a decade. He's not dealing with it anymore. He's cancer free. But from 2010, he said over the next 10 years, again, 4 surgeries he had to undergo to battle with this. So is there anybody happier than Eagles fans and Giants fans and Commanders fans that this drug worked?
It worked, yeah.
The other 31 fan bases around the league are like, yes, great story, cancer survivor. This is awesome. Hopefully this drug keeps him around for 150 years.
That's unbelievable.
And Cowboys fans are like,
why did you do that? Why did you do that?
The news keeps getting worse for Cowboys fans. Better for Cowboys fans out there. It's good to see Jerry win something, isn't it?
Yeah, that's good. That's a great battle. That's a great battle to win right there.
Teams aren't winning any games or championships, but he's winning that, and I guess with all the money that he's making, he's kind of winning at life too.
Yeah, the experimental drugs. How many people get to do that, brother?
So now what? Like, am I allowed to dunk on Jerry Jones anymore, or I'm dunking on a cancer survivor? So isn't that bad? We don't do that.
Gotta be careful. You'll find a way to word that it won't be so bad.
Yeah, I'm super happy.
Him getting hit by a bus is not going to be. It's not your fault.
Super happy for him.
On the Harry Hines. Harry Hines, him getting hit by a bus while he stopped at the bus stop. I mean, that's not your problem.
No. You know, that's not my problem at all. But this is a real smile here. So happy, Jerry. Congratulations, man. Glad that worked out for you.
I hope that works for other people too.
That's the big thing. That's the best takeaway from this is, hopefully this experimental drug is worked on others and can continue to work on others for years to come.
Absolutely.
If that's the silver lining from Jerry Jones still being alive.
Jerry will have a news conference to tell you he actually founded that drug. It was actually his experiment.
Oh, he's going to take credit for it?
Somewhere down the line.
It was something he invented. He and Steven together were working on it in the lab.
Really juicy back.
They'll come up with it.
They'll come up with it. All right. Congrats to Jerry Jones on all of his money and surviving cancer. That's a big deal right there. All right. We got a few more stories to get into, including a video of what could be the greatest golf shot of all time. Plus, I got a new job that I have to tell the people about.
Very nice.
Big career announcement for me. But before we get into either of those stories, Buck, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends are at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway for all your alcohol needs. I'm celebrating my 25th, but I can still go in there and feel good because they've got plenty of liquids in there. And it's not all about alcohol, but if you're looking for alcohol, they have got it. And if you're having a big party, they are a wholesale distributor. They'll get it to your business. If you're having a neighborhood gathering, go on by the store at 4601 Southwest Parkway. And there you will find the best beer in the world, Altstadt Beer, folks, at 34 Wine and Spirits.
Oh, yeah. I will be drinking an Altstadt in celebration of your 25 years of sobriety.
There you go. Have one on me. Have a six-pack on me.
I will. I will do just that. And I'll tell AJ that your dad's paying for it today.
There you go.
Love that. Love the Altstadt beer, the best beer in the world. Whatever you have going on all summer long and into football season, you need a great beer by your side. And Altstadt is the best beer that there is. It's the only beer that I drink. And I'm telling y'all, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers that you have been drinking in the past. What separates Altstadt? Well, number one, it's brewed locally in Fredericksburg. So every time you drink Altstadt, you're helping to support a local business like us. Number two, they've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. So you're not pigeonholed into just one type. They've got a lager, they've got a Kolsch, they've got a Hefeweizen, they've got a light beer, they've got a Peach Radler, they've got an Oktoberfest. They've got something for everyone. And every Altstadt is brewed without preservatives or additives, so you can feel good about what you're putting into your system. And I promise you're going to feel the difference the next day, and the taste is to die for. So get you some. Don't just take my word for it. I've been talking about it for a long time. If you haven't tried it yet, you are missing out. It's the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets. And also some love to the Hecht Law Firm. If you get hurt in a car accident, if you get injured on the job, if Bucky's rabid little schnauzer bites you, you can sue Bucky.
There you go.
Call Ryan Hecht, Hurricane Hecht. He is your go-to personal injury attorney in Central Texas. A friend of the show and a guy who's been a personal friend of mine for more than a decade. He is a fighter for the people. He's compassionate with clients, but incredibly aggressive in the courtroom. And he's going to fight to get you every dollar that you deserve. If you get injured, you're spending enough time trying to get your life back on track and trying to get healthy. Don't fight the insurance companies alone. They're going to try to nickel and dime you and tell you you're not worth this. Well, that's where Hurricane Hecht comes in. And the best part, you don't pay unless he wins your case. He's that confident that he's going to put money in your pocket that you don't have to pay any legal fees unless he wins. Hit him up. 512-938-8929. Maybe a good idea to put that number in your phone so you have it whenever you need it. Or you can find out more info at hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com. calm.
You know, I still feel pretty good about that, Rossi, about what he thinks about Texas, and I feel good about the trajectory. But I just think that's one of those premature shots that he just threw out there, and it's all because of the young quarterback. That's what that's about. I don't know if he really believes that himself. He believes that if it happens this year, it makes him seem like he's a genius, but it's more than just one. It's just more than 1 year. You know, it has to be.
Yeah. Yeah. The only way Ralph Russo can look like a genius is if Texas wins like 2 national championships in the next 3 to 4 years.
Yes.
And then it's like, oh, he was onto something and he predicted something that happened. But like, he's not even writing this as a prediction, really. He's just saying Texas is the new Alabama. It's like, that's just a crazy thing to say.
It just seems crazy to me.
It's just, he's looking for clicks and he's looking for people talking about him, and congratulations, he got both. Now everyone's calling him an idiot for writing it.
He got both.
Even Texas fans are like, dude, what are you talking about? Obviously, you know what Oklahoma and A&M and Georgia and Ohio State just go around the country. You know what every other fan base thinks about this. But when you say something like good about a team, but even that own team's fan base is like, what are you doing here? That's when you know it's pretty effing dumb.
Yes.
So it was pretty effing dumb. Good job there, Ralph Russo, not Rossi. But he deserves to have his name wrong with something like that.
Good.
All right. Buck, do we have the greatest golf shot of all time? You've been a golf fan for a long time. You've watched a ton on TV. You've played a bunch. You've seen a lot of golf in your 7 decades on this earth. Have you ever seen something like this? The first time we show this, we'll have to have sound. I'll warn you right now, it's kind of annoying. It's like high school kids. They're yelling, they're giggling, but the sound kind of sets the scene. And then when we show it again, we've got a clip with no sound, so we'll be able to talk over it and actually describe what's going on. But to set the table here, a couple of kids are on a green, and a guy putts, and he gets very close to the hole. And you know how if you're close to the hole, a lot of guys will give it to you, right?
Yes.
You don't need to. You're 2 feet away. You don't need to putt this in. Like, let's move on. Let's get to the next hole. You're good. And the premise of this is the guy putts it. He's like a foot away. He asked his buddies if he's good, and they say no. And well, here's what goes down.
Good. No. That's not good.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. So again,
did he
annoying.
hit that ball?
So he puts the first one. He's like not even a foot away. He asks his buddies, is he good? And his friends are like, no, not good. You got to put it out. So instead of bringing out the putter, he brings out the driver. Like, they put the ball on the tee. I guess I'll give him credit there. Puts it on a tee. And the bit is he's just trying to angrily drive it into the woods. Instead, he drives it right off of a tree trunk, and the ball rolls all the way back and into the hole.
No, there's no way.
You ever seen anything?
You can't come to my green with that. You can't come on my green with that driver.
Look at that. It's, he put the ball on the tee, so he's not hurting the carpet, which is good. But what are the odds of this happening, dude? He's just trying to send this in the woods, and instead it hits off a tree. Not only does it roll like back towards them, it rolls in the hole.
Miracle. Sort of like when I found my key. Sort of like when I found the clicker.
No, not
yes. Miracles happen.
This is a miracle right here. You finding your car keys in the same place that you left them.
First of all, it wasn't my keys. It was the clicker to the garage.
You finding your clicker to the garage in the same place you left it is not a miracle. It's just how it works.
That dude right there, that's just luck. Me finding after looking 30 times in the same exact place, and then the clicker showing up because God wanted to show there are miracles. There are small little miracles for people out there. Everybody, there's a miracle that can happen every day. It doesn't have to be a big miracle, but God gave me a miracle of finding my clicker after like 4 days of looking for it and looking in that same spot in my car at least 20 times. That right there is just luck. That's luck.
It's a miracle, sir.
That's
like
not
Romo.
a miracle. That's not a miracle.
Romo.
That's called luck, bro.
What are the? That's like 0.00000 0.001% chance that this shot is going to end up in the cup. Here it is.
Okay. That dude right there could hit for the next 10 years that shot, and it'll never go. It won't go within 5 feet of that.
Exactly. That's the point. That's why it's the craziest shot ever. You could lose your car clicker 100 times, and guess what? You're going to find it every single time in the exact same spot because that's where you always leave it.
Oh, no. Only if there's a miracle. Only if God gives you a miracle.
Oh, my God. All right. One more.
That's not a miracle. That's just luck right there.
One more screen share here.
Although it looked like guys that I play with, they hit the driver into the woods like that, and for some reason the ball comes out. Not my ball, just the ball that they hit goes 6 miles in the woods. But, hey, I got it. It's right here. It's right on the edge.
You don't get those ricochets or, you don't carry another ball in your pocket that you just drop right there?
No, but they seem to find, here it is. My ball is white. Here it is right here. Yeah, okay.
Everyone's ball is white. It's golf.
Yeah, really.
Most of the people who are playing, their balls are white too. How about this screen share, Buck? This is a new item at the Indianapolis Colts games coming this year. I should say it will be at Indianapolis Colts games coming this year.
I'm going to say it looks like a sausage.
Think you look, okay. I could see it looking like a sausage. Duck sausage, perhaps.
Well, maybe, yeah.
This is
Is that what it is? Is it sausage?
It's a pretzel.
Oh.
And it's shaped in the logo of the Indianapolis Colts, but doesn't it look like a giant turd?
Yeah,
that's what you were going to say. This thing looks like a giant piece of doo-doo.
I want to go eat breakfast, so I didn't want to say that, but I wanted to make it look more like a sausage, but it does look like a turd.
What's that dip? Is that throw-up dip that you can dip your turd in?
It's a pretzel?
That is a pretzel. Yeah, and I get it. Look, you're trying to be creative, and you're repping your team, so you make the pretzel in the shape of the logo, but
yeah, that's you can share that down the aisle. You can pull off a piece and keep it going down at a game.
Just make a baked potato yourself and share that.
Look at that thing. That thing looks gross.
It does look pretty gross, doesn't it? Ugh. All right. We'll bring on the boys here in a second. I did mention, though, to buck on to you for 25 years of sobriety. I mentioned a moment ago that I have a career update for the people. I got me a new job, Buck.
What you got going?
It's a job that I've always wanted. I've been waiting for years to get it. But honestly, as time went by, I didn't think it was ever going to happen. It felt less and less likely that I was ever going to get this title. But a couple of weeks ago, I got it, and now I'm able to announce it. And I'm very excited to say that I am now an uncle, Buck.
Nice.
My older sister and brother-in-law had a baby, and now we can announce it to the world. I was a little hesitant, a little superstitious. Baby was born early, so I wanted to make sure everything was okay. Everything's okay, and for the first time, I'm an uncle. I got me a niece.
Uncle BK, nice.
So now I got to bring on the boys. I gotta figure out what my uncle personality is going to be. Am I going to be
awesome?
The funkle, like the fun uncle?
Congratulations! Congrats.
Yeah, I don't know.
What about
if it was a little boy, it'd be different. But a niece, I don't know how much fun your kind of uncleship could be for her. I don't think your guidance is going to be very helpful to her.
What about the drunkle? I'm just always hammered when I'm around her.
Right
there. No, you can't be that guy.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. The first few years, she'll never know. She'll never know.
It'll take her a while to figure out when you're drunk. Yes.
My Uncle Mike was my drunkle, and he was my funkle, my drunkle, and he was, he lived his life. He's gone before we could all say goodbye. You know what I mean? He checked out way too soon, but damn, he lived his life, brother.
My best uncle
absolutely lived it.
My best uncle taught me how to be a drunk. So you can be that uncle.
All right. So look, you remember these uncles. It sounds like these are your favorite uncles.
They're memories. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got to.
I could be the punkle, just be a giant punk every time I'm around her.
No.
I could be the dunkle and just dunk on like little Nerf hoops every time. Crunkle, just be crunk all the time. I guess that's probably similar to drunk. I don't know. Like I need a bit here. I can't just be like normal uncle.
What if you were the calm munkle?
Ooh. Just show up in like robes and stuff every time I'm around.
Like, I'm here to provide you wisdom and guidance, young niece.
That little girl is going to go, get your ass away from me, weird uncle.
Yeah.
It won't take her long.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they'd all rather me be a raging alcoholic than be that kind of.
We don't want you walking around and
you don't want to be in a
robes
cult
and things like that. Robes with nothing under it. That's not the uncle you don't want to be.
Yeah,
we all had that uncle. We all had that weird uncle.
Monks do have a garment on underneath the robes, don't they? I'm trying to think.
No.
No?
Not me.
That weird uncle that would go to the bathroom and leave the door open while he was peeing.
Yeah,
that uncle.
Yeah, we got to shut the door around the house, guys.
Yeah. No, I had one of those. All the doors open. Hey, dude, shut the door. Oh, you get my back's to you. No, I can hear you.
My back's
wants
to you.
To hear you pissing.
Yeah, he's like, hey, come in here and hold it. I need some help wiggling it for a second.
Come here and hold this for your Uncle John, will you? Yeah, thanks a lot, Uncle John. I don't want to hold that.
I've done that, guys. We shared a hotel with another couple one time. I went in there to take a leak. I left that door wide open, and that other couple, the wife is like, "What are you doing in there?" I'm like, "I'm taking a piss." Taking a leak. I don't care. They never went anywhere with us again. Never went anywhere with us again.
This just in, Rodney Rodriguez picked up for sexual assault.
Yeah, I do that at my house, Rodney. If my wife's around, I don't shut the door. I just pee.
Yeah, we're in our. Actually, my wife still shuts the door, which is
my wife always shuts the door.
It's been 20 years.
Yeah, no, my wife's weird like that. She won't go to the bathroom. Like, hell, she doesn't even use the same bathroom. She got her own bathroom now.
Yeah.
She won't even go to where I go to bathroom anymore. I'm like, what happened?
It's me and Reed.
How did this go wrong?
It's me and Reed. Somehow we have a his and her bathroom, but Reed and I now have to shit in the same bathroom.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
But how does that happen? You're supposed to have, that's supposed to be your partner. She's supposed to sit on the same toilet you sit. Mine goes all the way to the other side of the house to use her bathroom. I'm like, why is this your bathroom?
I can talk all about her special shows while I'm on the throne and she's brushing her teeth, but she can't do anything when I'm around, you know?
That's pretty fun. I am y'all's wives in my relationship because like my girlfriend always leaves the door open when she's using the bathroom, and I'm like, I have to leave the room and I have to close the door. I'm like, that's disgusting. And then when I'm taking a leak, I have to close the door. She's like, no, leave it open. I want to talk. I'm like, I'm taking a leak. Like I'm closing the door. I'm in the bathroom.
It's intimacy. It's where the good conversations happen.
It is. You're absolutely right, Wags. My wife hates me talking to her from the bathroom. Like, what are you doing? Don't you want to use the bathroom? I said, no, I want to talk. I can pee and talk at the same time.
It's where my thinking cap happens. I got my power tool in my hand. Or
that's right. You're absolutely right. I got my power tool right here.
Be playing with those. You're not supposed to play with those. All right.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Well,
all right, boys. I got to go celebrate. I'm having a nice breakfast
for Uncle BK.
Pile on some doubled eggs, buddy. Pile on some doubled eggs.
Congratulations, BK. That's a good deal, man.
Same to
and
you.
Then you know what? You know what the next step is? Now you have to have your very own. They get to stay with you.
All right. You know what the next step is?
What's that?
Glory hole. Glory hole.
Give me some glory hole.
Later, boys.
I need. See ya.
Later. Congrats, PK. Congrats, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I guess I'll leave too. I don't know why I stayed on. I'll let y'all do your show.
You're more than welcome to stay. You're the new uncle.
Yeah.
You're the fun. You want to have some fun?
I gotta go get drunk. I gotta start my duties as the drunk.
You start building up the hoard of her booze for when she's 17 or 18 or when are they allowed to drink? And 21. It's still 21. My bad.
I think it's 12 these days, but I gotta go.
It's when the parents give you parental guidance.
It's 12 for Josh Allen. Y'all see that yesterday? Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills said he started drinking beer at 12, at the age of 12.
He's from Montana, though, right? He's from up in the mountains.
Wyoming, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like their water.
I know he went to college there. I actually don't even know if he's from there, but that's where he played his college.
I don't know where the hell Josh Allen's from.
That's what I want from my quarterback right there. I want a badass running the show.
That's what I'm talking about. Fearless.
I mean, don't do that. Don't do that, kids. Wait till you're 21, actually. That's what we're supposed to say.
100%. Just make sure you're out there fishing, though, when the time's right.
Yeah.
Boom.
21,
All right.
not 12.
All right,
21.
boys.
Not 12.
There he goes. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Make sure that you hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Brand X/Twitter. My partner in crime, Rodney Rodriguez, is the R. You can find him on Brand X at the Rodney R, and then on Instaface at the _Rodney R. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. Let's get into the conversation. If you're out and about, if you're mobile, hit us up on that code of text line. The lottery number is 512-222-9328. Lot on the slate today, amigo. Where you want to go first?
Oh man, we got a lot. I do want to mention. I hate to start on a bad note, but man,
I mean it's life. It's a life show. What are we going to talk about?
Man, that bus accident yesterday out there in for Leander ISD out on Nameless Road.
What happened?
You had a bus full of kids, after the first day of school out on Nameless Road. I don't know how many people are familiar with that.
Are they all right?
Oh no, man. You had I think there were 43 people on the bus. You had 16 injured, and one of them was pretty serious. Bus flipped over on its side. So that one kind of hits home again because it's right up the road, man. So
man, I missed this completely.
Yeah,
when did this happen?
Yeah, thinking positive thoughts for everybody there. First day of school.
Yeah.
First day of school. Man. I know we joke about that. First day of school.
No, for sure. Thoughts and prayers, absolutely. And if you know how this community galvanizes around each other, man. If you can do anything, if there's people in need and you got information on the situation at hand, please let us know. And if there's anything that you can do, absolutely. I mean, I'm sure you don't need us to tell you to do it. You're probably already in the process and in the makings of doing it, man. But yeah, thanks for sharing that, Rodney. I had no idea about it, man.
Yeah, that's me.
That's to hear, man. That's awful.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's like the excitement, and of course, the way the news does it, it's like all the excitement of the first day of school, and then they show the bus laying on its side. It's like,
what all right, from working in news, do you know what the number one goal in news is to do?
Emotion.
Make 100. They make money off your emotion.
Yeah.
100%.
Absolutely.
That's what producers do. We're supposed to conjure stories that tug on your strings and play to our market. So
yeah, well, they definitely did that. So anyway, thoughts and prayers. Hopefully everybody there is going to be good.
Yeah, that's first day of school too. That sucks. Absolutely sucks.
Right.
So
that sucks.
And damn well, the bus driver is going to live with that the rest of their day. So hopefully,
yeah,
the guilt isn't as bad, and they can kind of swallow it and live it down. But where do you want to go first, partner? Where do you want to go?
Speaking of, I know the guys touched on it, but I guess I feel like I should apologize.
Touch, let me some sugar. I am your neighbor.
Not to be confused with I touch myself when I think about you. The Divinals. When I think about you,
is that Roxette?
No, it's the Divinals.
The Divinals.
Yeah, one hit wonder, I think it was the Divinals.
No, they wrote Roxette, didn't you?
Oh, maybe so.
Roxette is Joyride. Roxette wrote Joyride.
Yeah,
Roxette.
Roxette.
Actually a band, my bad.
Yeah, Roxette was, it must have been love.
And Joyride. Joyride's the one I know. I don't know that one. Oh, yeah, I do know that one. Must have been love.
Yeah, that was a little, Joyride. Come on, you fool. I love you. Come join the Joyride. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one right there.
I thought it was Roxette. You fool. I love you. Because when I read it, I didn't read it as like it's the band. I read it all in one. Roxette, come and join the Joyride.
Yeah. No, that's good stuff right there. A little Roxette reference on our website.
Man, how about that?
Hey, we got LSU later. We got to talk about LSU.
Bayou Bengals.
Right there. I'm going to ask Wags. I'm going to run through. I saw the Athletic.
I'm going to tell you right now. You know who my favorite Bayou Bengal of all time is? Can you guess?
Joe Burrow.
No. All right. Well, I'll give you this. It's baseball.
Oh. Who?
I'll actually give the chat fam and everybody 5 minutes to get this down because I'm sure that I've listed him from time to time. I'll wait. I'll say it in a couple of minutes. But yeah, that's your trivial quiz.
Okay. We got to spin the wheel later because the top five coming up tomorrow. Got to do that. I'm gonna run through the SEC top 5 coaches on the hot seat for Wags to get his thoughts. If that's a legit
little surprise, huh?
I'll have that for him. So anyway, yeah, good stuff today. I feel like I should apologize to Jerry Jones because yesterday,
are you the new Hastings here? Are you putting some stuff on him?
Man, if I could have killed that guy, I'd have done it a long time ago. But it's
Rodney, you gotta take that back, dude. When you can't be saying that. You're an audio engineer. Somebody can cut that up and make that.
There was a little part of me yesterday when I read that thing.
I lost your audio.
It was me. I hit the wrong button. Oh. Where I read yesterday about surviving stage 4
You're an
skin
audio
cancer.
engineer, Rodney.
It was Allen Iverson did it. It's like, we got to shut this guy off because he's about to get like canceled or arrested for the shit he's saying this morning. But it's like, when I see Jerry talking about, well, I mean, I didn't see it. I just read about it. Surviving, stage 4 skin cancer. I'm like, I'm glad I said nice things about Jerry yesterday. I wasn't totally dumping on him yesterday. So it's like, oh, Jerry.
This is a very stupid question. How serious is skin cancer? Because I mean, I got some melanoma, and so like the doctor said I need to start putting sunblock on. But look, I wasn't bull crapping you guys when we had that conversation the other day about sunblock, and you guys were like, "Hey, do you put sunblock on?" I'm like, "No, I don't put anything on. Yeah. I really don't. I don't want the chemicals. I don't like the chemicals on my skin. So if I can keep my real skin as fresh as possible, I'll put a shirt on if I start to burn." And then I'll take it easy as time goes down. But I try not to put that much sunblock or sun lotion on me, man. Like, yeah, I'm a weird guy, gents. You guys know this. We've established this for about 10 years now. All right, but I have my little quirks about it.
It's pretty serious because my wife is very light complected. And so anytime she has anything that resembles anything, she has to go and get it checked. And like when she first started doing that, there were a bunch of little marks or whatever they call them. And of course, you never know because they give you all of the, it could be this, it could be that. And they always go to the worst. It's always the worst, but I think it's a pretty big deal. Jake Bayless, I think it's like 30% chance of survival with stage 4 melanoma. But you got to think about what Jerry.
Pull it up. What'd he say?
So he says a 30% chance of survival with Jerry's stage. But you have to think this started in 2010. So Jerry's what, 108? So he was already pushing pretty good right there. So I think that would lessen the chances. But the fact that it was a miracle drug, almost a miracle. It was a miracle. Here I am laughing at him. I'm about to get canceled again. But hey, he's a cancer survivor, man. It's I know that the skin is the largest organ on the body, but I seriously didn't know how serious skin cancer was. Like, I know that there's different stages of it, but is skin cancer something that you can survive from more than like a different organ cancer, like kidney cancer or throat cancer or something like that? I think it's something that can get you pretty good, and that's where I've kind of do
we have any doctors out there on the chat channel that know everything yet?
That's right. Let's get the doctors started.
We can if we got any comments, I'll pull them up.
But I can tell you right now that like me, because I'm doing a lot of stuff outside for my other work and so forth, and then with the golf thing that I'm on right now, I'm outside.
So do you wear sunblock all the time, or do you wear like a long? So I've gone with the long sleeve T-shirt, right, mm-hmm. and the I guess the sunbeam hat or the sunburn hat to kind of keep as much sun off of me as possible, right, without putting all the lotion and lathering up with all the lotion. Now my legs get tore up. My legs get burned pretty bad, but
yeah, I've actually gotten to where even like wearing a golf shirt or whatever, I'll spray it under. I'll spray my head because I've got a scar on the back of my head from where I had that thing a while back that I was telling you guys about. So I'll spray there. So I don't know, as I've gotten older, and I think it's more because of what my wife has gone through to where I'm like more cognizant of it, to where it's like, okay, I need to be taking this serious. So I'm trying to live better.
I got you. I mean, I'm trying to live better too. I just go by a different route. You know what I mean? Like I feel like the stuff that you put on your skin is more hazardous than the sun itself. So,
well, you know, it's so funny that you say that, because it was, I think, a couple of weekends ago, I had a work event during the week and then I went into the weekend where I played golf, and I was just bathing in sunscreen. So, seriously, I just had so much on for about 5 consecutive days, and I would bathe every day and shower a couple of different times. And I swear to you, Wags, on the cleanest day,
you're still putting chemicals on in the shower too, right?
I still smelled it. And it was like, I mean, look, I'm seriously like lathering up every inch of my body. Probably too many details there.
Like,
but
I'm not a McConaughey guy. Like, I'm not like all natural or stuff like that, but I try and go as chemical free as possible. Like, I don't know. I try.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. Jake, I mean, again, water, that's one thing that you can put in your body that's going to flush and clean the internal organs. I'm not Quincy here. That's just what I've been told. But it's like
that's something that I need to get better with too, man. I just recently started drinking the water again. Like when I was in the Marines, I was pounding water, but like, full transparency, dude, I've had not much water at all. Honestly, like, the water that I get usually comes from, you know, Red Bulls or something, and that's not even Red Bulls, right? It's just it's like the water base or the water concentrate.
Yeah. Kind of what I've started to try to figure out to do is that get up in the morning and drink as much water as possible when you get up. Again, this is something that somebody told me that claims to know that they know a lot. So at this point, if it sounds legit, I'll probably do it. And that makes sense. You know, try to drink a lot of water, try to intake a lot of water to get you started in the morning. And then in the evening, kind of take a good intake of water as you start, you know, getting ready to rest.
And now, men thoughts here with Men's Health on. Chaos Theory. Where do you want to go next, partner? We got.
Oh my God.
Well, we're 22 in. We ain't got any sport. Well, actually, I guess we did. We got on the Men's Health with Jerry Jones. So
Jerry Jones.
Thank you, Grandpa Jerry.
Jerry Jones, top headline. See, he doesn't even have to.
I'm just sitting here thinking, you know, I got to call my doctor again now. Now I'm playing Google Doctor here, you know, looking at all my symptoms and stuff.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, there it is. 16 days from Texas football. 16. Michael Taft. Oh, and that other guy named Arch Manning. All the number 16s that have played for Texas. I saw a list today. Anyway, that can reside in the chat as we're going on. That other article from The Athletic. Is Texas the new Alabama? Wags, is that?
I mean, we're not even Georgia. I mean, we're not even Georgia yet.
No, I know. What do you think Kirby Smart's doing right now?
Cutting every damn word out of that damn article, posting it up on the damn bulletin board, and being like, "Here, boys, let's eat."
Yeah,
feeding the dogs their daily meal. That's what he's doing.
So somebody sent me that. I mean, I saw it, but somebody sent me that, and they said, "So, what do you think?" And I said, "I think what Texas is right now is what Texas was a while back. You know, remember with Mac Brown? No cigar.
Yeah."
That's what they are right now.
And my friends hit me on this a lot, right? They're WVU fans, and they're absolutely right with this. Texas is overrated almost every year. They are. That, like, when the preseason polls comes out, they get a lot of fan base love. They get a lot of AP love, right? I'm not going to say that they haven't lived up to those preseason rankings from time to time, but most of the time it's an inflated ranking right out of the gate because it's Texas. It's the brand, right? I feel like the brand is starting to live up to the hype. Now, of course, and look, we regurgitate this conversation every day, man. Like, the great ones can do it. The great ones can supplement units all in one because they've got the body of work to kind of, align itself already. And then also they got the pieces to kind of just fill it all right in there, right? The template's been formed. Okay. The template has been formed at Texas, but do we have all the other warriors to kind of just shuffle everyone in like the Georgias, like the Alabamas, right? And I know Alabama's been down, but Alabama still has what they were carrying off of with Saban, right? Now, sure, that gets scattered out and pulled, onesies and twosies here and there with the transfer portal. But I mean, I still think that Alabama is still on point. I mean, hell, they're slated second or third in the SEC this year too, right? They haven't really gone anywhere. Okay, they're still there. They're still on the doorstep, Rodney. So when I see articles, is Texas the next Alabama? Well, where the hell's Alabama gone? They're just they take one step back. That's it. It's Georgia's hill. We're trying to get on top of it still.
Yeah.
Is my lens wrong here? Like, am I seeing it completely wrong here?
No,
that's a question. Like, I'm seriously asking you.
No, not at all. I mean, that's why this article is so. And if you read the article, it's actually a very good article. I mean, it talks about kind of the escalation to how
where's it from again?
It's on The Athletic. It's
Okay.
theathletic.com, which, they do good stuff there, I think, for the most part. But it's like, if you go, and it is a good article, but it's just the headline, the way that's written. But it's like, when you go and you look at this, it's the same thing like with the Cowboys. It's where the brand, the Texas brand, is just going to build that. And like you said, so many years in the past where it's like with a preseason ranking for the Longhorns, I'm like, that's not justified.
Dude, I love Texas. I graduated from the University of Texas, man. Like, we bleed burnt orange here, dude. I'm trying to get my kid to go to Texas, dude. But
yeah,
you gotta be. If you don't have a realistic lens, you lose your credibility. You just do. Like, people can't take your word.
Yeah, I mean, I happen to think that the number one ranking now is maybe because we're basing a lot of stuff on what we think could happen.
I don't know if we're number one yet, man.
Look, these rankings don't mean shit when it's all said and done.
They don't mean a damn diddly twat. So.
But then again, it does. It does, because let's say that you come out.
I don't think it does at all.
Well, but the perception. If you come out and you lose game one to the national champions, what's going to be the perception then? It's like, but yes, the new Alabama.
Okay, sure. I'll give you that. The first rank. The first initial rank matters, then it doesn't matter until the BCS, right? I would say, but I mean, ultimately, trickle down system, sure, yes, it can matter. But if you get a 1, right? If you're 1 right out of the jump and you lose to a 3, that is the most beneficial thing that can happen right out of the start gate for Texas. The most optimal scenario if they lose, right? Because it's so early in the season, it's the differential between the AP rankings is very small too, and they can come back from it. But I mean, that's the only reason why it matters, in my opinion. But other than that, like, it's just hype, it's hoopla. Wait until you get to the schedule, or excuse me, the fallout of your schedule, right? The results of your schedule prove if you're a 12-win team, guess what? You deserve to be there. If you're a 1-loss team, guess what? You probably deserve to be there. When we get to the 2-loss teams, then we can start to carve this out, man. But yeah, like preseason rankings, I think it's all hype, in my opinion, honestly.
It's just like you were saying about TV news. What are these preseason rankings? To get us talking about it, to push that. But
generate the hype, man. Generate the hype for the kickoff, bro.
In my opinion, dude, the actual rankings that count, it should be like week 4 or 5 before that shit even means anything. Where you have a little bit of body of work, for the rankings that are going to set the tournament or whatever we're going to call it. I mean, that's just my thought. But this right here, to go in here and say, I mean, look at that Alabama record, and it's Georgia. If I'm Georgia. But this is Kirby Smart. They're just going to sit there and take this in. And who did Texas stumble against last year? Twice, in the words of my mother-in-law. Twice.
Yeah, it's still their conference, in my opinion. It's the Bulldogs still run it. And hell, like, we're going to talk about an LSU Tiger team this year that could actually absolutely contend for a national championship with the schedule that they have. If they beat Alabama, they could go clean. They could go 12, and I mean, they'll play for the SEC championship, but I mean, like, they got a nice little schedule in front of them, and super sneaky, and they got the dudes to do it. Hell, we're already talking about. We might as well talk about the Tigers. It is your number 10 LSU Tigers here, out of the coaches poll. 9-4 last year, 8 returning on offense, 8 returning on defense. Where do you want to go first, Rodney? I'll give you greens.
I mean, I think it really starts with this team. It's going to go the way of the quarterback.
I mean, everybody's giving Arch his roses here, but Nussmeier might be the best quarterback in this conference.
I totally agree.
This year.
I think so. I mean, I think maybe not even the conference. I mean, possibly in the country. I mean, this dude, he was really, really good last year. And when I was reading up more about LSU and kind of looking at different things, it's like, okay, what Nussmeier accomplished last year, this is where you go in here and you start working on your NFL resume this year. And with the opportunity that they have, I mean, with the parts and pieces around him, I personally think that they have stronger pieces on the defense, which, you know, you're going to need in this league with the schedule. But it's hard to call LSU. I mean, Georgia and Texas and Georgia are a lot of the conversation. Oklahoma's getting a lot of love, and you can't count out Alabama. But I think LSU is really the one, if you're a Texas or a Georgia fan, that you need to be sweating, because to me, that's the one that can come in and ruin this two-team party that folks.
They got a pretty favorable schedule. I mean, they got to go on the road to the other Death Valley.
Yeah.
And you talk about, you know, Nussmeier being one of the best quarterbacks in the country. I think Klubnik's got a stamp on that too. So we'll see what Cade can do with the Clemson crew. They get I definitive statement here. I think they beat Clemson on the road at Clemson. That's how strong I think this LSU team can be. They beat Louisiana Tech. They host Florida. They beat Florida. They whip up on Southeastern. They go in the Ole Miss. They beat Ole Miss. They beat South Carolina. It's going to be a tough one, but they beat South Carolina for the homecoming. At Vandy, they beat Vandy. Texas A&M, they beat Texas A&M on the road at Bama.
Yeah, boy.
This is just the stat alone to win
at SEC right there.
To win at Tuscaloosa is tough. It's in itself, right? So I'm going to give a loss here, right? Win against Arkansas, win against Western Kentucky, and a win at Oklahoma. I got the Tigers 11-1 and playing for an SEC championship.
Yeah. You know, obviously, I mean, with the opponent, with the week one opponent there with Clemson, I mean, now that's even a bigger game now. I mean, with kind of the expectations of both of those, I mean, possible Heisman Trophy winner on the other side with Cade Klubnik. But, I mean, this Brian Kelly bunch, they cannot win the opening season game. And that's been
the trend, right? That's been the trend. Okay.
It has. And I see that people are kind of beating up on them for that. And it's like, well, you know, when you play a really good opponent in week one, it's hard to win the week one game. I mean, this is what we're talking about with Texas, where it's like, okay, if it was Sam Houston, you know, I'd feel better about the win, you know, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, this is really going to be, when you want to talk about an early season stamp, and this is where I think Texas and LSU out of the SEC are in that same spot, where you come out of game one and you're playing a top 5, 10, whatever you want to call it, quality opponent, you're going to really know how freaking good you are.
Was it who was it last? Notre Dame last year? No. USC. They lost to USC.
Yeah, USC. Yeah, USC. Yeah. So, and that's on the road, and that is on the road right now.
No, again, like, and Clemson's top 5. Am I wrong? Are they in the top 5?
Yeah, that they should be. I don't have that all memorized, but I mean, they should be. I think, I mean, obviously the Alabama game is the one that you're going to circle there, and that is your.
No, Clemson is not. Clemson is okay. They're 6. They're right outside of it. My bad.
Okay,
they're right outside.
Okay. Well, yeah, they're close enough right there, but high expectations for both of these. I mean, the Texas Ohio State game is massive, but I mean, this right here, when you want to talk about implications of possible playoffs and national championship possibilities and conference championships, everything you want to talk about, this one's damn near just as big. I mean, because it's all going to kick up right there. But yeah, if you're LSU, take care of business on opening day, because you haven't been able to do that. Honestly, I think that a trap game for them could be, and I look at this A&M, because that's
before Bama.
Yeah,
after Vandy.
Yeah, because that's kind of, I think obviously we have the Texas A&M rivalry, but I think for the Aggies, this Bayou rivalry here with LSU, I think that's one that's getting pretty sweet for them after all this time.
I mean, it's not a bad
Aggies right there.
But like that little slew of 3 games right in the middle there, right? It's just what you're talking about, man. It's one of them could jump up and bite them in the ass, right? And I think it's gonna. I mean, the Aggies are knocking on the door. I would say they're kind of, I'd say tied for 4th essentially, for SEC preseason rankings in terms of LSU and A&M here.
Well, and you got
best case scenario. It's a 10-win or it's 11-win team. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Worst case scenario, it's a 9-win team.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
they dropped the A&M, they dropped the Clemson, and they dropped the Alabama.
Yeah, over under on these guys from CFN, from College Football News, like it is for many teams that were kind of in the heart of our top 20, is 8.5 is kind of the over under on these guys. I think that's kind of low. I think it would be a 9 at the most. The Cox, the South Carolina, again, I'm pretty high on South Carolina. South Carolina at Vanderbilt, and then the Aggies. That's a pretty rough stretch before the bye week, before Alabama. And then if you're weak in the knees, you got to go to Oklahoma at the end of the year. And what do we get out of Oklahoma? I mean, when I go through that list of coaches on the hot seat, spoiler, their coaches on there. So I don't know. Oklahoma can mess up a lot of shit for people. I'm just not bought in on them right now.
Yeah, I mean, they return 1 offensive lineman. LSU does, so you'd lose your core 4 there on the line. But I mean, that's pretty brutal. That's kind of daunting. We'll see if they can come back to that. But yeah, optimistically, man, best case scenario, this 11-win team. Very, very high floor too. 9-win team. Worst case scenario, 9 wins. So, yeah, I think LSU's pretty damn strong this year, buddy. Pretty damn strong.
I think so too. And just
quarterback for me, it's the quarterback too. Like if they didn't have such senior leadership at the quarterback helm, so usually I'm pretty favorable with returning quarterbacks in college football. I usually think that those teams kind of tend to do better or get themselves, double-digit win seasons or, playing for the, college football playoff here.
So just with that conversation, because one of the names on that list of the hot seat, he's probably, I think, 4th or 5th on that list is Brian Kelly.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. It's got to be, because you got better, but they spent a lot of money in the portal, Wags. And that's where it's like, okay, we're investing in you here, Brian.
I'm not a big fan on Brian Kelly either. I think Brian Kelly throws his players under the bus a lot. I know that he's calling for accountability from time to time, but again, there's a classier way to do it. And it's leadership 101 to kind of take the brunt on the head for your team, and then you kind of wear that. You wear it with the best of them, and then behind closed doors, you're like, "Hey, man, this is what we got to fix, fellas." I'm not a fan of any coach that puts it on the players. I'm really not. It's just, and I get like you can only prepare players so much, and it is about execution. But at the end of the day, they're kids. They're not professional athletes.
Yeah.
Like seriously, I know they're getting paid. I know NIL has changed the game, but they're still doing schooling, right? Instead of just all football. So, you gotta if you're gonna be the head coach, you gotta eat it, man. You gotta eat every mistake that you have, and that's not just for Brian Kelly. That's for every head coach out there. That's just leadership 101.
I totally agree with that. I mean, it's one of those things to where you are the person. It is you. You get in those private discussions. I mean, you can lay into them and say whatever you're going to say, but in the public forum, of whatever, it's on me.
Yeah, you're the shield. You're the shield.
Yeah. When you run a business, whatever it is, something goes wrong. If you're the governor, the president, whatever, it's on me. But we're going to fix it. But I mean, a lot of this is so. I think that at this point for LSU, for Brian Kelly, based off of what Saban and Les Miles, Ed O, you better get in the playoffs.
Little Beignet.
I think you're probably
time out 20 question. Hypothetical here. Who would you want to be at dinner with more? Ed Orgeron or Kim Mulkey?
I gotta say Ed O. I think Edo would be we'd have more in common, I think, than Kim Mulkey and I. I mean, if I'm with Kim Mulkey, all I'm going to do is tell her about my friend Bucky to try to hook them up. And you know, I work with two guys that love you.
I'd probably just be mesmerized at just the Marlboro 100 that she's got just burning down to the filter there, right? Now she's probably not even messing with her food. She's probably shuffling her bridge hand. You know what I mean?
She's got a cigarette like
cigarette
this.
just hanging out of her mouth, just burning all the way down as she's shuffling her bridge hand there.
Yeah, that imagine hanging out with both of them.
That is a novelty. That is, man, that was the golden era. If you could be on Death Valley or on that campus as the two of those were on there, oh my goodness.
I feel like if I'm hanging around those two, we need to be around a fire drinking like moonshine or something.
I feel like if I'm around those two, the end of the world's probably about that. Right. And I've put all my chips in, and this is where we're at, boys. This is where we're at.
Yeah. No.
All right.
Absolutely.
Where do you want to go next, man? Are we done with LSU? Have you given any safe rounds on LSU?
I mean, that's really, I just think that it's a pivotal year that with a little bit of a favorable schedule, I guess, if you want to call it that. It's more the teams they're not playing.
I think it's soft in good spots, but I mean, it's got a real tough gauntlet there in the middle of it, but it's manageable. Like you can work around it. It's a softer schedule. I wouldn't say. Actually, I can't even. Soft sounds worse than favorable. I'd say favorable schedule.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is.
But it ain't a cupcake schedule. It's a tough schedule. It's just you got some nice little holes where you can kind of navigate around stuff.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is. I mean, other than Clemson and Alabama,
Clemson's right out of the gate. I mean, that's undeniably that is tough, right? In Death Valley, that's tough.
Yeah, the ones that I'm calling as kind of trigger games or trap games or whatever you want to call them, they're at home. So that's, that bodes better.
Like you got to go to Clemson and you got to go to Tuscaloosa. That's pretty, like, you can't really say that's a soft schedule. Okay?
And here to me is where, for Brian Kelly, because I do think that it's playoff or bust for him. I think if they don't get in the playoff, that the folks in Baton Rouge are going to be raising hell, and his ass is, going to be on the line right there. If you stumble out of the gate against Clemson, you got to get yourself right, and you got to take care of the rest of the schedule. Because ultimately, that opening game, what's it going to be? It's going to make you 0-4, but it's not going to ruin your season like it would in the past. So I don't know. Yeah, that's my final thought on LSU. Friends, Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. Check them out today for your weekly specials. If you're going to be out and about this weekend, that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, one place to go. But enough about me talking about it. How about some satisfied Covert Bee Cave customers?
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Absolutely. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
No, they don't, Rodney. And let me tell you something else they don't beat. They don't beat Ryan Hecht. That's right. Hecht Law Firm. He's our new guy here, and he's here to fight for you. It's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal attorney right here in Austin. Proud Texas, fighting for you right here for all the Texans, man. Look, you don't put any money, or you don't have to pay unless Ryan puts money in your pocket, right? You guys know that drill already. He's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through, fighting for you. Like crime, like Batman. He's fighting for you, man. You got to get out there with fire, pride, and he's bringing that passion into the courtroom, too. So Ryan's not just a lawyer. He's not just a superhero. He's a Longhorn through and through. We know that already, guys. Injured in a car accident, you're injured jumping off of a plane, or you're trying to do some skyscraping stuff, you got to give Ryan a call, man. You got that dog bite, you got to give Ryan a call. That number, 512-938-8928. Again, 512-938-8929. I'm sorry, I gave you my number first. 512-938-8929. Again, 512-938-8929. That is the number for Ryan Hecht. You don't pay unless you win. That's right. Unless Hurricane Hecht gets that money in your pocket. Aggressive in the courtroom. You guys know that. Austin-based, proud Texan, friend of the show, fighter of the people. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Just give Ryan a call right now. 512-938-8929. 512-938-8929. That's Ryan at HechtLawFirm.com. Ryan at HECTLawFirm.com. Tell him we sent you.
Yeah, absolutely. And friends, don't forget, I still get calls all the time. People asking me, should I sell my property? What should I do? Interest rates, what are they going to do? I don't know. I mean, those are things that we all need to figure out, and they're going to figure themselves out. But I will tell you, if you're sitting on a property with a lot of equity in it, invest in your property and make it something nicer. Hey, man, you got to call my man. You got to call Mike McCall. It's McCall Custom Homes, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. If you've got a project in mind, if you're looking for a bathroom renovation like we did right here at our place, I tell you, still that bathroom. We're talking about bathroom etiquette. There's a lot of times that I go in there and I tell the wife in the morning, I'm like, oh, man, I really got to go potty. I really got to go poopy. She's like, don't go in my bathroom. Don't go in my McCall bathroom. You go somewhere else. So I go to the studio bathroom because that bathroom is so nice, and it's courtesy of our friends at McCall.
I got to go to the bathroom right now. I'll be right back.
40 years, these folks have been doing it, family owned, and they are still taking care of business. You hear Bucky talking about this, the new putting green that he's got installed at his property right there. I think that's something that I may have to look in right there because my putting sucks. Also, Mike McCall, quite the golfer, if you didn't know that. I've talked about it a couple of different times. That guy can give you some golf tips, but that's a whole different discussion. 512-633-9580 if you're looking for that free estimate on the project that you're looking for. It's not just a bathroom like I did. It can be something outside. It can be a kitchen renovation. Invest money into those pieces of your property that are going to generate you more money and make your home more valuable. That's kitchens, living spaces, bedrooms, bathrooms, all of those things right there. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Check out the gallery of projects there. Take my word for it. I'm a satisfied customer of McCall Custom Homes. Check out the Google reviews. Everything that you find is going to be 5 stars. Like they say, we build value into your home. 512-633-9580. Get that free estimate from Mike McCall. And when those guys come out, the trades are exceptional. You'll be glad you got together. It is McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Be sure and check them out. So another topic that we want to talk about, I've got some baseball stuff, but I'll talk about that with Wags when he makes his way back, because I actually want to talk about his Baltimore Orioles, to where they actually helped me out a little bit last night. But those hot seat coaches in the SEC. So this is the order that they come in. I talked a little bit about Brian Kelly right there. He's a little further down the list, number 1 on that list again. And this was something that we talked about last year when we talked about with Texas and Arkansas, how these rivalries were going to get back into it once again. Number 1 on that list, Wags, of the hot seat coaches. Sam Pittman is there again.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's one of those things where he didn't actually inherit a program that was in a great spot.
Would Petrino take over for him if he got relieved?
I don't know. I don't know.
Serious question.
Yeah, I haven't seen any list of possible successors to him.
You would think that that's the go, like the interim coach, right? If you're going to make a knee-jerk reaction and fire Pittman in the middle of the season, you think that Petrino is the interim.
Well, and the whole thing is, I think they let him play it out. I think that they would let him play it out because I don't know what the look would be if you go in there just because of all the outside noise. And we know that all the outside noise.
I got to stop drinking. Man, I just had to run to the bathroom. I got to stop drinking.
That's all good. But when it comes to Pittman, I mean, you play 6 teams ranked in the AP top 25, 4 of them on the road. And you're not exactly Georgia. You're not the new Georgia like Texas is. So this isn't boding well for Sam Pittman. Hugh Freeze, Auburn, number 2. What do you think about that dude?
Yeah, that's I mean, what all has Hugh Freeze kind of established at Auburn too, right? It's one thing to win, but you also, if you're not winning, you have to be building or establishing something. I know it's hard in that pipeline right now, but I mean, that's tough, and you know that they're going to get beaten down by Alabama this year too. Yeah. Is it something to where he's got to win the Iron Bowl to kind of keep his job, or make the Iron Bowl somewhat of a game to where he can save face? That's pretty tough. I mean, I agree with this article so far. Yeah.
Well, and you think about this.
Dude, is DeBauer on there?
Yeah. He's coming up. He's
yeah,
coming up.
Yeah, I mean, you got to have the conversation. If you don't win, if you have another losing season in Alabama.
Yeah. Freeze is 11-14 in 2 seasons, but he's coming in after they ran Brian Hartson out of town. So it's like that's where a lot of these guys, where it's like they stay. It's like, why do they
it's the old blood. They want the old blood back too. Right?
Yeah. And it's like, why do they stay on the hot seat? Because they get into bad situations. They get into, I mean, look what Sark has done here. He has made them better.
If you're replacing your coach every 4 years, you're just putting them in a bad situation.
Amen.
Or every 3 years. Say you're not even getting them. They're not even getting the 4. You're buying out their contract in 3 years.
Yeah.
Who's coming to play for that program?
That's the whole thing. Right. That's the whole thing. It's like, and they've upgraded. They really have. And it comes down to, you need to just, you got to play this game right now. And so he's number 2. And I totally agree with that. Number 3, with high expectations, is Billy Napier at Florida. So he was on that list last year. And what were they, 7-5 last year? And I think that was, he kind of gave himself just enough rope. Oh, Ricky Trevino song. He gave himself just enough rope to give himself even higher expectations going in this year, with probably the worst schedule in the SEC, I think.
Yeah, no,
right?
I 100% absolutely agree with that one too, man.
Also,
I got to teach you how to pull up the articles here as you're sharing this. That way I can read the articles too with you.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's all
right. But I know this was a surprise pop quiz here.
Yeah,
but
I just found this.
That way we can pop it up and we can go through the article too.
Yeah,
I'm
this
a
on
visual guy, man. I'm a
different guy. PC. I'm used to just reading off this stuff. Mark Stoops of Kentucky.
I don't know. He's gotten some. What's his overall? There?
4-8 and 1-7 in conference play the last 2 years. So, but again, you're in the SEC and it's Kentucky. What are the realistic?
I'd like to see the roster that he's building. Right. I'd like to see what he's done, how active he's been in the transfer portal, to see if they're actually trying to build, or if they're able to get some of the pieces that the stalwarts or the main institutions or main schools can't collect, just because they ran out of room. They've gotten all 5 and 4 stars. So, well, I'd like to see what Stoops is able to. I feel like Stoops is going to get a benefit of the doubt for me, right? Like, just because it's what you said, it's Kentucky. Like, it's not a blue blood for football here. Like, come on.
And I think in 100 years of Kentucky football, they've had 4 10-win seasons, and he got them 2 of them. And his buyout is $40 million. So it's like,
that's tough for Kentucky, man.
Yeah,
like,
it's like
when most of that money goes to basketball anyway. So
yeah, exactly. So then you had Brian Kelly, who we talked about, and again, I think it's playoff or bust for them. Then it is the man Brent Venables. On hard times, Oklahoma, and it's been on his watch. But it's a different business now, and I think that's where Oklahoma struggles, because say about the money or say whatever, they're not Austin, they're not South Carolina, they're not Ohio State, they're not these different whatevers, and history is great.
It could be that too, but also like in the years that I remember Oklahoma, like in their glory days, their quarterback play was sensational. Their offense was, firing on all cylinders.
Yep.
They had a defense that can, contest with you, but they weren't exactly a dominant defense. Like, I know they had some dominant defenses too, right? But Venables is known for his defense, right? Clearly, like that's been his MO. You've seen the letdown, or I guess the shortcoming of the offense there in spell of that, right? And honestly, it hasn't exactly been championship caliber defenses that Venables has been putting out there too for Oklahoma. So the struggle is real there. If one more losing season on top, I mean, maybe does a win versus Texas save a season? In terms of Venables here, I think the damage has been done. If you can't get anything going, we'll see what Mateer can do too.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like hopefully there's a little bit of a rise, or not hopefully, but for Venables' sake, there's a little bit of a rise in the quarterback play and production for Venables there. But I mean, I'm
I
kind of
don't hope that.
I align with this too. If they have another losing season, there's a damn good chance that Venables could be out.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is, I mean, Red River is going to be a big deal. I mean,
it's one of the top three. It's one of the top three rival games of the country. So
I think getting Michigan at home in week 2, getting the Wolverines and Norman, I think that may cool some stuff down. If you can beat Michigan at home, just the caliber of opponent, a national championship in the last 3 years, I think, and again, the immeasurables that we have here, it's not that Michigan team, and I think that could maybe calm that down a little bit. But I just think that a lot of the OU folks, I just don't think that they think that Brent Venables is that guy. So I don't know. And then you go,
John Daly just popped up across my screen for some reason. What? Uncle John. What's up, Uncle John? Sorry about that. ADHD, man. You know what I need to do? I just need to turn all screens off and just have one screen on.
Well, and that's why, like, a lot of times, like where we're broadcasting, I only have us and everything else over here because there's so much shit
ADHD and coffee.
That's why I'm always like this.
Not a good recipe.
I'm always looking around with all this stuff. And then you have DeBoer. And it's not so much about DeBoer being on a hot seat. It's about DeBoer possibly kind of scooting towards that hot seat. But look, man, it's a totally different style that of football that Kalen DeBoer plays based on what Alabama has done.
Yeah, but I mean, look at but can we have a serious conversation? And I know moving's hard, right? I know moving down the block is hard, right? And this guy moved from Washington to Alabama, right? But look at what he had and what he was able to do with Washington. Mm-hmm. Are you trying to tell me that he didn't inherit a better team in Alabama than Washington?
I think he did, but
or not even team, a program, right? Like an established program, right? Well, and I get it, man. You're trying to fill the shoes of Saban. That one of the hardest coattails to ride. I understand that, man. You're trying to be the next Jesus, and it's just not possible. It's really not. But damn, dude, like you'd like to think that you can keep some people there or keep that, that championship contention there, and it is. It hasn't gone, but you've lost some games that you just shouldn't lose. Like they lost to Vandy, man. Like there's teams that they should be pounding that they just got whooped on. So like that, and to me that's why DeBoer's on the hot seat.
It's that right there. I mean, it's those games that they lost in the manner that they lost them in, because I mean, 9-4 last year. It's like, hey, I remember being a Texas fan where I'm like, dude, I would love to be 9-4.
But let me ask you this though. I mean, what about Lane? What about Kiff? Like, they shouldn't have lost to Florida.
I know.
No, and I know that's one season, right? And Lane's been building at Ole Miss. He really has been. But that window's closed.
Yeah.
Right. And you're going to, I mean, it's basically rebuild window now. I mean, you had one of the most experienced offensive lines last year. You had one of the most experienced teams last year, and you just squandered it, man. So again, if I'm giving this much criticism to DeBoer or to DeBoer rather, excuse me, I have to be that critical with Lane Kiffin as well. Yeah. So maybe Lane Kiffin gets an honorable mention in that.
I think where with Kalen DeBoer, what he's learning right now, I mean, all the places that he's been, I mentioned it a couple of different times where it's like this dude's been a winner everywhere that he's been, but he's never been thrust into a situation where he has these expectations where it's like, look what we've been doing for the last 20 years. And, and like you said with Saban, I mean, this is a whole new coaching.
That was a dynasty, bro.
And that sucks. And I mean, that sucks to be put in that situation when you die.
But I mean, also, like, wouldn't you want to inherit something like that? You don't want to rebuild a booger. Like, sure, it sucks to fill the shoes. Like, you don't have to tell me. I'd try to fill the shoes of Brad Kellner on the morning show. All right, like, you ain't got to tell.
Well, and I mean, when a dude like Nick Saban, when he goes
I just compared Nick Saban to Brad Kellner. Yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, two great dudes right there. You know that when a dude rides off into the sunset like that, there's going to be some fall off. I'm sorry, you don't get. I remember, and this is again showing.
You'll get people questioning from the sidebar, like, you think this is the guy? You really think this guy going to replace Saban here?
Right. I remember when Freddie Akers took over at Texas in the late 70s for Darrell Royal. And it's like, this guy's not any good. He wasn't a good old boy. This guy wasn't a good old boy, Coach Akers. And he goes in and he puts Texas in position one.
Just good old boys.
See, in national championship opportunities, but he couldn't win them like Coach Royal could. And it's like, Coach Akers is no good. And that's where this gets back to the whole Texas and New Alabama. No, Texas is back to what Texas did before, to where you're knocking on that door and you're getting close. It took Mac a little bit of time, but I think you're on a quicker progression than you were with Mac Brown.
Double R, you artists coming full circle on us here.
Look at that. I just paint pictures, man.
That's all you do is just paint pictures, Mike.
It's a Sharpie. I don't only sniff this.
On us here.
I don't only sniff this, I paint pictures.
I don't just huff this shit.
Oh, shit. Wags, we got to spin the wheel.
I got the wheel already prepped, brother. I got it prepped. I got it ready to go. It is wheel time before the guys get on here, and let's get to it. No sponsors yet for the wheel, but we're getting there. I think, how do I make this thing bigger? That's what
she said.
All right. We have adult film stars, we have dream cars, we have best hockey sweaters, we have racing movies, NFL unis, stripper names, comic characters got to go away. Why can I not? There we are. Comic characters needs to go bye-bye. It is now gone. And we have made this thing full-fledged.
Look at that.
All right, so we have snacks, right? Snacks, blockbuster trades, and then we have MLB stadiums. We have actresses, video games to top it off. Any other recommendations, please hit us up.
I think we did the actresses.
I will turn the comments on so I can see you guys. Oh, did we get a guess for my favorite Bayou Bengal there? For my favorite goat tagger. That's the
that's right. That's right. I had him off too. So I don't know.
Baseball was the clue. All right, here we go. Without further ado, we will spin this wheel. Boom, ba-da-doom, 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 boom. That was my awesome video.
Well done.
Games. Oh, are you guys in this damn? Oh my goodness. Top 5 video games. I'm about to show all of you my actual inner nerd. All right. Rodney's going to have the classics. I'm guessing Rodney's going to have the classics on here, like the Atari stuff. He's probably going to get them right now. I am going the stick right there. There's Rodney's stick. My dude. Yes, sir. So video games, I'm probably, I'll probably have a Madden on here. Nah, you know what? I'll start with Madden, but Madden will probably get crossed off the list. There's so many good games out there. I can't wait. And look, this is supposed to be, I love it. This is supposed to be conversational, and we're all this is collective here. I want to see all of your all's list too. I want to know your all's favorite video games as well too. So please save them, put your all's top 5, have them all in one comment, and send them to us tomorrow. I can't wait to see them. I hope Rodney can't wait to see them too. So.
Oh man, I'm going to go get the cartridges out tonight.
And we could probably do that. Like you could break this down in like best football games too. There's been so many good titles out there, man. Metal Gear Solid 200 from the top turnbuckle. That's a great one, dude. GoldenEye. Look at you guys are already hitting it. Hitting it, Rodney, man. Bringing back my nostalgia. Oh,
that's what I'm talking about.
Goodness.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so look, did anyone get my favorite LSU Tiger?
They got 30 seconds to figure it out because we got to hear from our friends at AV Consultation.
Yes, they do. You know what? Hit it.
Boom.
Now, stepping up to the plate is a household name, weighing in at roughly 115 pounds with a wingspan of 98 inches. It's Samsung.
Kid, I know it's baseball season, but this isn't what I meant when I said to incorporate sports into the company commercial.
Sorry, old man. I just want everyone to know that audiovisual consultations can make your home feel like a stadium.
That's true. Audiovisual provides stadium surround sound, huge screen video, controlled lighting, and even temperature control. On our roster, every customer is an MVP.
Sounds like audiovisual knows how to score a home home run with our customers.
All right, kid, that's enough with the baseball puns.
But I'm trying to tell everyone that audiovisual is a real catch. You'll love our services.
Kid?
There's nothing coming out of left field when you give us a call. We won't break your balls.
Kid, we only have a minute.
Pitch, please. I don't need your attitude right now.
Rest assured, listeners, audiovisual is much better at installing and designing custom home theaters than we are at making jokes.
Just check our stats. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
Yeah, man. Happy 37th birthday to AV Consultations. 37 years, man. You're doing something 37 years, you're doing something right.
You're doing it right. Aren't you? You're doing something for 37 years, you're doing it right.
So,
all right, I'm looking at the comments here, and
Livy Dunn?
Livy Dunn's a good guess, right? Livy Dunn's a good guess with
She's
the
kind of baseball.
there, having Paul Skeens. But no, those of you guys that know roots of, I guess, Texas, or I mean, I'm surprised that Hunter actually guessed this and didn't know this right off the bat. But yeah, it's Ben McDonald. Ben McDonald, the longtime Baltimore Oriole as well, the alligator wrestler, as my dad introduced me to him. This is the, not just because he was out of the bayou, because he would beat down the Florida Gators there also and wrestled Gators in college baseball. Yeah, Ben McDonald, my favorite Bayou Bengal to do it, and one of my favorite Orioles to do it too. So shout out and tip of the cap to LSU baseball there.
Absolutely. Hey man, a couple of interesting comment on the Coda text line.
But Patrick had the best comment though. Kim Mulkey's son is his favorite. So it probably is my son, honestly, or it's my brother or something like that. Man, I don't know. That would get really weird. Wow. Okay.
Wags, I know you're too young. Did anybody watch What's Happening? The one with Rerun? Fred Berry. Remember Fred Berry? Rerun?
No pun intended. I saw reruns of What's Happening.
Yeah, What's Happening. So now, we actually had a shout out on the Coda text line for Miss Dr. Danielle Spencer that passed away. She was the young lady on that program when it comes to the old school shows right there. Yeah, Danielle Smith. D. Her name was D. Yeah, I remember Rerun will go Raj, because he had Roger Rerun. And
yes, again, saw a couple of reruns of it, but not one of the shows that's in my wheelhouse or in my repertoire there.
Yeah, that's a great theme song.
What's on the slate next, buddy?
Hey, I got to tell you, man, thank you to your Baltimore Orioles.
Yeah, how about last night? Last night was a good one last night, huh?
Thank you. You stopped.
Jackson Holiday, first walk-off hit in his career there. So
yeah. In the words of Archie Bunker, stifled Seattle, slow them down while the Astros.
Man. And you know what's weird though? I thought that we would be seeing like some primetime home runs here, in Camden Yards this weekend with the Mariners in town. But man, it's been kind of low score, one nothing ball game, except for last night it popped off late in the innings here. But yeah, I mean, not much fireworks here, you'd think.
Yeah,
like I would expect the M's to be mashing here at the Yard. I really would.
Yeah, well, the thing about it is that they've, and again, a lot of it has been Houston that they've let Seattle. Sure. Put themselves back into this. Now it's a 1-game lead, and here we go. Seattle making some really good moves, and the Astros continue to struggle with Josh Hader going to get a second opinion on the shoulder. Like, that's not good.
I saw that.
That's not good. Second opinions are not good. Yeah, it's like, okay, this thing is really jacked up. Well, I don't believe you. Let me go ask somebody else.
Oh, but also it's smart to get a second opinion too, right?
Yeah, so for sure.
If you don't have to have season-ending surgery or whatever, and you can kind of stay with the team and hopefully come back around. I don't know if you're able to make the push and you can come around like September or rest up until then. That's great. Yeah. You get 2 weeks of, or hell, maybe even if it's mid-September, right? You get a full month to just kind of rest that arm and not have to put stress on it. But that too, though, you kind of got to keep it a little bit loose and you kind of got to keep it in shape, or else you won't have that out stuff that he has, right? You won't be able to get into the triple digits that Hader's known for. Real quick, we had the number 9 LSU Tigers today. We have 8 Crimson Tide tomorrow here. We're staying in the SEC. We got Alabama tomorrow, man.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Any last save rounds? Anything?
Man, I think that's it. I mean, I think we've touched. Oh, did you watch Taylor Swift last night on the podcast?
No,
you weren't one of the. She made her debut on the Heights podcast with the Kelsey brothers.
Missed that one. Sorry, my bad, man.
How
was it? What were ratings?
I didn't watch it. I was
watching. Did all the Swifties tune in? Did it bump up the viewership or whatever of
Wags? I got a text from our friend Rita Ballou that said, "Hey, I'm actually going to watch something sports ball tonight." And I'm like, "What, baseball?" And she's like, "No, the Heights podcast with the Kelseys. Taylor's on there." I'm like, "Taylor who?" So like,
did you see Rita's new dog?
Huh?
Rita got a new dog. Did you see Rita's new dog?
Oh, that's a cutie, isn't it? That's a cute little dog right there. Rita Ballou.
Sorry, it comes to dogs, man. I get distracted.
Yeah, no, Rita's good people. She'll tell you what she's thinking. That's for damn sure. But yeah, it was like 100 million people watching.
No reservations with Rita.
Yeah. You really want to know? Ask Rita.
She gonna let you out.
Yeah, she will tell you. Yeah, they were. Ike mentions right here. I saw this part last night to where she said she was running around and dancing around the house when the Chiefs drafted our man Xavier Worthy. I'm like, all right, there you go.
So apparently she understands, the game then, because she knows the speed that Worthy's bringing to the table here, right? It's kind of, you got that speed that's almost uncoverable.
I guess so. Well, I'm sure old Travis said, "Oh, that's a good pick. That's a good pick, girl. That's good. That's exciting. Go run around the house excited." That's I'm assuming what happened right there.
I'm excited to see what's going to be on your top 5 of video games. I'm very excited.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about that.
This is going to be tough. Like this is going to be a tough assignment for me, right? I'm gonna have 10. I'm gonna try and shape it into 10, and then that's gonna be the roughest part is eliminating the 10, right? Like making the top 5. I'll probably rearrange my top 5 multiple times. I'll go, and what'll happen is, like, after I get done watching baseball, I'll go back and I'll look at my top 5 and I'll go back and play these games and I'll be like, all right, why is this game so, so crucial to me, or so, have such a strong hold on me, man? Like, why is the vibe so strong with me? And then I'll probably place one of the 5 through 10 and be like, all right, now I got to bump this into my top 5. So
yeah,
I don't know. I get prisoner of the moment. From time to time,
I'm gonna run downstairs later today when I'm done with my chores and play my Tom McKay cabinets down there, because that's where my favorite video game.
You got the Atari cabinets though, right?
I got the Atari cabinet, dude. It's like people come over here.
There's nothing wrong with the class. I love the classics, man. Like Adventure was one of my favorite games just because you could go get the Easter eggs in Adventure too. Like Adventure's a pretty easy game to beat. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, but if you're out there and you're trying to find Warren Roberwood, I can't remember the actual name, Robert Woods or whatever it is, but you actually see his name down there if you find the key and bring it to the secret room. Yeah, dude. I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm excited to hear these guys' top 5.
These guys
video games too. What right off the cuff? Can you name top 5, or do you have to actually go into a long, deep thought for it?
It's all going to be sports games.
Okay, I was going to ask you, you got any campaign games? You got any Elden Ring, Dark Souls in there at all?
Not really. I think Jordan's the same way. I've played almost entirely sports games for the last 15 years.
Will, you don't play shooters at all?
This is the top 5 in no order.
Juice
college football, MLB.
I've actually never played MLB, but
the show is fantastic. I love the show. I think that's fantastic.
The CFB games for sure. That'll just take one spot. GTA 5 story mode is awesome. Online is fun, and then they put in the oppressor, the flying motorcycle that can blow people up. And since that happened, it's kind of a war zone there. I haven't played GTA Online in over 2 years though. So
they just did an update. They just did an update to the graphics card too to be able to handle more. So it's crazy.
They just need to quit dicking around and put all their eggs into the
you're right. You're right.
Basket.
I'm on your team here. I'm on your team.
All right, so that's 2. Red Dead 2, also made by Rockstar. Phenomenal story mode.
Did you cry?
No one makes me cry.
You cried. You cried.
Nah, the only time I'll cry is when LeBron retires. No, I'm playing.
Oh my God.
But
the only thing.
But no, so Red Dead 2 had a lot of fun playing that story mode, and it came out around a time in Austin when it was like a really bad ice storm and we didn't have school for like 4 days. And so I just stayed at home and played it nonstop pretty much back to back to back and did the entire story mode kind of in one sitting. I always like Just Cause 2. That's an old one though. That came out.
All right, that's a class.
Minute
That's
ago.
a good pull there.
But I like you could like fly around with that thing he could shoot out of his arm. And it's like an island version of GTA almost. NBA 2K16 specifically. Love that one.
Why that year? Just be
so I was in the 8th grade going into my freshman year, and that was when like basketball was pretty much my world. And had a group of friends. We'd play pickup probably like 2 to 3 times a week, but 7 days a week we were playing 2K, and we'd play my team and we'd do wagers for like the in-game currency or real money. It was fun. And then last, actually, I got to throw Fortnite in there. That always had fun playing.
I was going to say, you got a shooter in there, man?
Don't play solo. But last, but certainly not least, Skate 3, the GOAT game.
3. Did you see the new Skate that came out?
I didn't even know there was one.
Yeah, they just dropped. EA just dropped the new Skate.
I didn't know that. The reason I love Skate 3, had a buddy who had an apartment down on West Campus. And after, a fun night of doing college kid stuff, you just come back and drunk playing Skate 3. It's fun as hell,
Get off messed up. Yeah, I'm Tony Hawk for me. I wasn't really into Skate, but yeah, Tony Hawk for sure. Did you ever play Tony Hawk?
No, never really got into that one. I think I might have been too old whenever that came out. But
using Spider-Man, rolling around with Tony Hawk, doing the flip board.
Yeah, hey, I'll tell you what.
With the web.
Lego Star Wars. Classic.
Taking me back to play with Reed.
Wii Sports Resort. Classic.
Oh, yeah. The Wii games they might make up 4 out of my top 5.
Yeah. And hey, Madden Mobile 16.
If you want to play virtual reality or stuff like that, you need to come over and check out my.
No, I want to hold.
What else do you watch in that virtual?
Will, you are welcome here anytime. Will, come over. Let's play. Come over, son.
Yeah. What else?
I use my imagination, man.
Yeah. No, but hey, Wii Sports Resort, man, that one was awesome. And
hours.
As far as mobile games, Madden Mobile, when that bad boy first dropped in middle school, I spent more time playing Madden Mobile than probably anything else in middle school. Be honest with you. So, yeah.
All right, boys. Well, we're not going to bogart that much more of your show. We've already taken a quarter of it, but
yeah, Will's like, get out of here.
All right, we'll see
you guys. Have a great one, man. We'll be listening. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
We'll see you. Thanks. Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. Sorry, getting this tweet up. As we talked about yesterday, I'm going to be talking some 2028 prospects. For 24/7 Sports, our 2028 rankings came out yesterday, and we're just going to kind of shoot through them. Some notable names in the state of Texas or that already have offers. And I don't know. Twitter's kind of been down for me the last few minutes, or about 30 minutes actually. So we'll see if this even sends. But I'm going to start it off with the state of Texas kids. I keep always pressing the wrong button when trying to share my screen. First off, we got Armani Edwards. Doesn't have a Texas offer. Honestly think this is kind of ridiculous from the Texas staff. I know they take their time and they want to evaluate guys, but when he has every other offer in the country, it's not a good look. With him, started at left tackle for Cy Ranch last year. We've talked about it a lot, but Cy Ranch has Rashad Bobineau on their staff, former Texas Longhorn linebacker. He's their strength and conditioning coach, recruiting coordinator, and co-DC/linebackers coach. But has yet to visit Texas. The staff has talked to him. It was whenever they went out to Cy Ranch, but again, doesn't have an offer. And he's the number 1 overall prospect in Texas, number 1 offensive tackle, and number 1 prospect in the state of Texas. Micah Rhodes.
We'll just popcorn right here.
Yeah.
Because I think we can kind of split these. And number 2 is Micah Rhodes out of Klein Oak. Put up close to 1,000 yards as a freshman there last year. And, has all the tools to probably double that this year. Same thing with, Ronnie Edwards and a lot of the other guys near the top of this list. He's picked up just about every offer in the country. And his recruitment is going, I'm not saying a decision is coming, but it's going fast. Like, teams have been identified as leaders. He's headed up to I believe to Ohio State. That was his plan months ago to watch Ohio State and Texas play on August 30th. He had some, big time schools come in the mix like last fall and didn't get a chance to see them, and told me that, I want to see the Ohio States. I want to see the Oregons. I want to see the Alabamas. But in the meantime, while I'm down here in Texas, I might as well go see the Longhorns. Micah's grandfather, Bobby Rhodes, played in the late 80s for Texas as a linebacker. Played 4 years, and I believe lettered in his last 2. And his cousin, that's right, Jordan. Cousin is the uncle, the number 1 or number 2 all-time leading receiver for Boise State, and Jarrett Bailey helped him out with training there. He's got a great support system, and I think Mike Rhodes, deservedly so, the number 1 running back in the country.
Yeah. Debuted early. I think was starting like week 1 at Klein Oak, if I'm not mistaken. Kind of never looked back. But Texas, they offered at the June 1st elite camp. And he is RB1 across the country. And in the state of Texas was the only running back to get ranked. It is also only a top 100. But, kind of shows you how special he is. Curious to see what the production looks like over these next 3 years. Klein Oak, they aren't necessarily like a power when it comes to wins and losses, but traditionally, they'll have 1, if not 2, if not 3 FBS prospects, except none of those guys are on the O-line. So, how is he going to handle this over the next few years, especially a freshman year starter? He's going to have some mileage on the tires by the time he gets to college. So, really excited to see him over these next few years. Jalen Adai, son of Joseph Adai, 32 overall, basically projected to be the last pick in the draft 6 years from now, or last pick in the first round 6 years from now. And I think, as much as I love Chris Stewart, as much as I love a lot of the other guys at Shadow Creek, this is their highest ceiling prospect regardless of class. Tested super, super well at Under Armour Houston. Did really well versus the competition as well. Was like one of only like 6 20-28 kids there. Great hooper too. Plays an AAU schedule for one of the top programs in the Houston area. Also plays hoops for Shadow Creek and also runs track. So pretty much a box checker, like we like to say. Texas, they're yet to offer. They came to him in early June, but I've yet to offer him. And he did play a little bit of varsity last year, if I'm not mistaken, but Shadow Creek's loaded. If we include a die, they had 5 receivers, maybe 6 receivers with Power 4 offers on their team last year. So, it's hard for him to kind of get on the field then, but he should as a sophomore. Keydred Smith at Pleasant Grove. We have him ranked as a linebacker. He's kind of a tweener, though. Played mostly edge as a freshman. And he is the highest ranked prospect at a Pleasant Grove since Lance Jackson in the 2025 class. But yeah, excited to see him. Has like great measurements, good early track stuff. Had like a 19-foot long jump as a 6'2", 215-pounder. So that'll always check the boxes. And number 1 linebacker in the state. James Foster out of Lancaster. He was another kid who started week 1 on varsity. Saw him play actually his first ever high school game versus North Crowley at the Star last year. And just another box checker. Great track stuff. Bigger than most freshmen, 6'1", 195, has wide shoulders. Also got to see him play Waxahachie this past year. This high 4 player for this early of a stage. And hey, Lancaster's sneakily been one of the better like defensive back factories in the state of Texas. Corian Gibson. They had a player at Arkansas, Snacks Johnson, Lorando Johnson, who went from Baylor to Arkansas. He's a Lancaster kid.
Back to Baylor. He went back to Baylor, yeah.
There's a few others that I'm blanking on, but it's, hey, sneakily, like I said, one of the better DB factories in the state. Jaden Herndon at Longview. He's the first freshman to play varsity football at Longview since Jalen Hale did in 2019. If you remember, Jalen Hale, one of the top prospects in the 2023 class, ended up at Alabama over Texas. Didn't play much as a freshman, was going to start this past year, and then he tore his ACL in fall camp. So this season will be the first time we get to really see Jalen Hale play for the Crimson Tide. And also with Herndon, like I have a buddy who lives in DFW, but he's from Longview, and he hears everything about these kids in their middle school. Like, he sent me this kid when he was in the 6th or 7th grade. That's kind of the respect level he has out there in East Texas. And again, first freshman to play varsity ball since 2019. Carter St. Junius, when I was told this kid was getting ranked, I was like, who the hell is that? And then they're like, he's the big kid from Manville that was destroying everyone at State 7 on. And I was like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. His father played basketball at LSU, was a 4-year starter, is like top 5 all time for them, and not only points but rebounds too. And then he's now on staff. He's an assistant coach at LSU. His father is. His mother ran track at Southern University. So some of the better bloodlines in the state, 6'3", 185, besides football, plays basketball, I believe a little bit of track. But some of the best ball skills I've seen from a freshman. Just really a big fan of his game. Here's him at State 7 on, just pretty much dominating people. And he doesn't really show off the ball skills a ton in these clips, but like you can easily see this is a Power 4 kid. And he's wearing LSU gloves too. I don't think the Tigers have offered yet, but if they do, you know, with the father's connections and being on staff for the basketball program, it's hard to not say they're, you know, an early favorite or an immediate contender at least. So really like him, and probably the top prospect to come out of Manville since I don't know who. CJ Whaley.
JP Dieter about 3 years ago. And Cornell James, Greedy James, also in the 27 class.
True.
About the same level.
CJ Whaley, a.k.a. Chris Whaley Jr. Yes, sir, that Chris Whaley, the Red River legend, rumbling, stumbling, bumbling, running over the belldozer. This is his son. Played varsity football and basketball as a freshman. Some people out in East Texas thinks top to bottom he's the best athlete in East Texas right now, regardless of class. Has great basketball tape. An explosive, nuclear, above the rim player. And you know, I'm no basketball scout by any means, but he might have a shot to play that in college. But football's, you know, he'll have a higher ceiling there, you can assume. LSU, Mississippi State, you know, he already has a bunch of SEC offers. For whatever reason, Texas has not had him on a visit. I don't think it's that they're not aware of him. I don't know what it is, but kind of weird. But 6'4", 185, out of Atlanta, Texas, out in East Texas. His father is a coach there. And his father actually went to Madisonville back in the day, for those curious. And then 9th, Demarion Mays, also goes by Champ. One of the best freshman seasons, arguably, in Texas high school football history. He played at Life Oak Cliff, which is a 3A. It's a charter school, but they play 3A football in the UIL. And he had 1,640 yards and 14 touchdowns as a freshman playing varsity. That was 17th in the nation and 3rd in the state of Texas as far as receiving yards go. But he's since transferred to North Crowley. The rich get even richer there, and, I mean, he's going to be starring for North Crowley. Watch this clip, too. This is from February. Some of the best ball skills you'll find, too, in 2028. It's him and St. Junius above the rest. But, like, into triple coverage, going over everyone. Not supposed to be able to do that. And he's originally from Arkansas, fun fact. Moved to DFW when I believe he was either in middle school or late elementary school. This day I asked him, like, hey, are you a Razorbacks fan? And he was like, no. So don't have to watch out for Sam Pittman in the Hogs there. and probably is going to take a step back in production just because, there's a lot more mouths to feed at North Crowley and they're playing better competition. But hey, we'll see. Very excited to see him this fall. And, kind of the man here in DFW. And then last but certainly not least, Jai Storm Knight. He's gone viral several times in the last year because, well, he's 6'7", 350 pounds and is as a freshman. Don't know if he started, but I know he got in some snaps on varsity this past year for Judson. Believe it was at right tackle, not left. But could probably play either. It's early. He's obviously going to have to reshape his body, lose some bad weight, but, he has the classic uncoachable traits, and that's size. And as you can assume, him being 6'7", 350 pounds, Kyle Flood has already offered him at the June 1st camp. And he'd been on the radar for a while. He also, I believe, is like over 24 offers already. Just going to fly through this. I did a story, 28 and 28, in-state prospects to watch or to keep track of over the next few years. Tristan Gaines at Waller. I know you're a fan, Will. A little bit on the shorter side, probably 5'11", 6 foot, but great multi-sport. And the thing with him, he's good enough at baseball to where he could probably be an MLB draft pick out of high school. So he could choose that route if he wants to go away from football.
Yeah. I like TK Gaines, Tristan Gaines. Just kind of going to go more broad here with quarterbacks if you're ready for that and ready to go to the national rankings here. Tristan Gaines is probably not someone that Texas will recruit in the 28 cycle, especially given the 2 offers that have gone out. And those 2 offers are, the first was Neiman Lawrence out of Miami Northwestern. If that sounds familiar, it's because that school has been in the news lately. The ex-home of Teddy Bridgewater. So Neiman Lawrence was prepared to be coached by Teddy Bridgewater this season. He won't. I'm not sure who's taking over there. But he ranks as the number 4 quarterback in the nation in these rankings, number 40 overall. And then Texas offered the prospect who is the number 1 overall on June 1st, Jaden Wade out of IMG Academy, 1-1 in the 2028 rankings. Texas is definitely not the only school involved here, but there's apparently been buzz around them, buzz around basically all the biggest teams in the country. Florida will get a chance. Georgia, Ohio State, Oregon, all those schools have already offered. I believe he's visited every single one of those. And then he's got, other big time offers, Miami, Michigan, Tennessee, A&M. This guy, sometimes when we get to these rankings heading into the sophomore season, the players at the top don't have stacked offer sheets. Jaden Wade has already cemented himself. For example, Elijah Haven this time last year had not been offered by most of the top schools in the country. And really hasn't been to this point either. But Jaden Wade is, a true, okay, he is going to be the number 1 guy probably through and through in this cycle. And he's proven it so far.
Yeah. With him, the early ones to watch are Georgia, Oregon, USC, Texas, maybe Miami. Florida's in there, but they're probably going to get Elijah Haven, or at least it's trending that way. And if they do, I highly doubt the number 1 prospect in 28 would want to follow the number 1 prospect in 27. So, yeah. And, another thing, too, when talking about the 28 QBs, you have to talk about the 27s. If Texas lands Kavian Bryant, they probably are going to have to offer another 28 QB because neither Neiman Lawrence or Wade would, I assume, would want to follow him because Dia Bell is also in front of him. So, going to be interesting to see how that unfolds. Another kid, Capel, quarterback Carter Zingelman, big frame kid with a big arm, 6'4.5", 220. Played his freshman year at Argyle Liberty Christian, where Jason Whitten, that whole gang are at, and then transferred into Capel this offseason. He'll start for them. Trey Wright, he is going to be the starter at Frisco Lone Star. Top to bottom, one of the better athletes in the state that's emerged this far. He has 2 offers in basketball, 5 in football. And he's about 5'11" and can East Bay as a 14, 15-year-old. Super impressive kid. Started for Lone Star in basketball, averaged over 20 as a freshman, plays on an elite AAU team. with some of the best players in Texas. And this past season was on JV, scored 49 touchdowns for Lone Star and just absolutely terrorized opponents. Is going to be one to watch going forward. It'll be interesting to see how much taller he gets because that'll, further his ceiling on the gridiron. But super, super fun player that I'm excited to see over these next few years. Sean Simon, kind of a bit unknown to most. He's at LaPorte, which is also kind of a bit unknown to most. Down there in Southeast Texas, was one of the most productive rushers in the state last year, regardless of class. Had 1,602 yards and 21 touchdowns on an average and 9.1 yards per carry. He also ran for 351 yards versus Angleton, which is traditionally one of the better programs down there and kind of, I guess you'd call it Southeast Texas, even though it's south of Houston. Also home of Quandre Diggs and Quentin Jammer and his kids. Bear Tabor, kid at Melissa, started as a freshman for them week 1. Big-bodied runner, 6'1", 205. Great baseball player, played varsity baseball as a freshman too. And he had just under 800 yards and 7 touchdowns. Sorry, I included some names already talked about. Midlothian has another Power 4 receiver, which is kind of nuts because they run like that wing tee, slot tee, and then throw it maybe 8 times a game. But his name is Brendan Jackson. As a freshman, he led Midlothian in every single receiving stat. Here it is, like Oklahoma, a dozen other offers. Believe that Texas camped him on June 1st, but they've not offered him. And as a freshman, 44 catches, 706 yards, 7 touchdowns. He also played a bit of defense and returned punts and kicks and had a kick return touchdown. Tano Wooten, I talked about him a lot. Clean shoemaker kid. We ranked him as a receiver. I'd be cool with athlete. I think receiver is probably what he ends up long term, but it's early enough for him where he could be safety, DB, or corner, I guess, or receiver. A lot of different things you can do with him. He'll be on varsity for Shoemaker this fall. And a guy I'm really excited about, already has Arizona State and Washington, and comes from basketball and track background as well. This kid's pretty damn popular, Dylan Mitchell. One of the fastest kids in the entire country. He went 10.07 in the 100 meter this year. Also went 28.7 in the 200 meter. Only 5'8", 155 pounds, but he can fly. And he already has over a dozen offers because of it. Played for either freshman or JV ball last year. It's crazy as that sounds, but when you can run 10.07, you're going to get offers out the ass, and he has. Jordan Anderson at Weiss. He will be receiver 2 for Weiss this year. They have 2 of their receivers suspended from varsity play this year. One of them is appealing the UIL. Probably not going to win. I've never heard of someone beating the UIL in an appeal, but I'd love to see it happen. If it doesn't, Jordan Anderson will be receiver 2 for them behind Trey Moore. Already has UNT, Texas State, Tulsa. Silky smooth runner, about, 5'10", maybe 6 foot, 170, 165, but plays above his weight. And then Jamari Bowens. I absolutely love this kid. He didn't get ranked yesterday, but just a freak show athlete. He's the younger brother of Johnny Bowens. He goes to Converse Judson. He's 6'5", 175, started for them on varsity basketball. And just watch this clip, and you can kind of see the vision here. Or wait a sec. So he's going to get a steal here and then go coast to coast and slam it. And this isn't even the best clip. It's just the one that's the least shaky. And at Judson, he was a first-team all-district selection, in which the Judson district, they play in 6A, has a bunch of really good teams. Brennan, a few other ones for basketball. It's like one of the most competitive districts in Texas. Also high jump 6'2", played freshman or JV ball for them, but I believe is on varsity this year. And he only has one offer right now. It's from UTSA, and it's in both football and basketball. I could see him, choosing the basketball route. I think at this point, ceilings are equally high, and also you don't really see too many 6'5" receivers. And if he continues growing, he probably won't be able to play receiver. Jaden Thompson, offensive tackle at Lovejoy, the latest Power 4 offensive tackle or Power 4 lineman to play for Todd Dodge. Yeah, he's back. He retired from Westlake and 2 years later took a job at Lovejoy. 6'4", 280 pounds, also competes in track and has like TCU, UNT, SMU. The DFW schools are always going to be there early. Noah Ross, I didn't even know about this kid until I started going through our database, but he's a defensive lineman at Richardson. Richardson currently has 3 Power 4 D-line prospects. Like, schools in Texas are lucky to ever get one. They have 3. Jamion Winfield committed to USC, top 100 prospect. Jasper and Gokwari, I probably messed that up. But 2027 3-star interior D lineman, like 6'5", 300 pounds. And then Noah Ross, who's 6'4", 295 pounds as a freshman, played varsity as a freshman and, also threw the shot in the disc. Oswald Jacket. He's actually Oswald Jacket the third. He goes by Trey Jacket.
It's got to be name of the cycle so far, right?
Yeah. He goes to CE King, another just ridiculous track kid that goes to CE King. But he played varsity, and he's a freshman PR of 163.2 in the discus and 58 feet in the shot put. Played 5 games of varsity as a freshman, 21 tackles, 9 TFLs, 4 hurries, and a sack. And he has 4 offers like Houston, Texas Tech, those schools that love that shot put data. Lake Travis Edge, Brian Arakpo Jr., who his father is, played sub-varsity last year, but will be on varsity this year. Probably going to be like the first edge off the bench, I expect, whenever Carter Buck and Ben Duncombe are rotating. Kalen Taylor, this is a kid that didn't get ranked yesterday, but I think he should have. Linebacker at Fort Bend Ridgepoint. His father's Herbert Taylor, who played in the NFL as an offensive lineman for like 5-6 seasons. Before that, he was at TCU, and he started 48 consecutive games for TCU. Still a program record till this day. And his son is already 6'2", 215 pounds, ran a bit of track. Went 11.35 in the 100-meter, 38.1 in the shot put, and 17.6 in the long jump. Played a tiny bit of varsity, 5 tackles, 4.5 TFLs, 1 sack, 1 hurry, and a PBU in 5 games. But is going to be a guy to track going forward because he is legitimately 6'2", 215. Shout out to Houston. They're the only school that have offered him. This is going to be one of the top linebacker prospects in the state here in a few years, if not the country. So one to watch out for. Royce Bimage,
Bimage, yeah.
Bimage. Out of Dickinson, younger brother of ASU cornerback Rodney Bimage, who played Texas in the Peach Bowl last year. Sorry to bring up the PTSD. Texas offered him in June, played a mix of varsity as a freshman. Stats are unavailable. But yeah. Spring to Caney, Corday Sherman, another freshman contributor from kind of the Houston area. Played 6 varsity games, had 24 tackles, 11 PBUs, and 3 interceptions. But not just 3 interceptions. He cribbed all 3 of them. He had 3 pick sixes in 6 games on varsity. And like Houston Metro 6A football, I won't lie, it's not super competitive. But, I mean, it's impressive nonetheless. And he already has like a dozen offers because of it. There's a kid at Colleen Shoemaker named Demarion Guy Allen. He goes by Dino, another safety, 6'2", 165 pounds, and just a ball hawk. I mean, his freshman highlights are unfair. I can't believe that kid played freshman at Shoemaker. But he's on varsity this fall and is without doubt a Power 4 kid in my eyes. In a few years, he just has to start picking up those offers. And then Braden Bonnick, who his dad was a longtime NFL coach, coached in the NFL for like 12 years after playing linebacker at Oklahoma State. This is his son and his testing data from Under Armour Houston. He went 4.46 in the 40-yard dashes like a 14, 15-year-old. And a shuttle was 4.19. That 4.19 shuttle would have been tied 10th at the NFL Combine this April or February. So with him is kind of a linebacker, but more of an athlete because he's 6'1", 185. You know, how much bigger is he going to get? The wingspan is plus 0.1 inches. So he might be, tapped out height-wise, but with these numbers, with this data, he can play safety, corner, nickel, maybe even backer. Like Ty Anthony Smith was about this size, so we'll see. But early, one of the better like testers, athletes that we've come across, and he has like 20 plus offers, because when you're that young and are running that fast, everyone will offer you. Some quick hitters: Jackson Shad, Flugel Weiss quarterback, started every game as a freshman, threw for 2,700 yards, 32 touchdowns, to 6 interceptions on a 71% completion percentage. Really, really accurate passer. The problem with him is he's sub 6 feet, or maybe about 6 feet. He needs to continue growing, and he can, be one of the top QB prospects in the state. Like, as far as right now goes, I would say probably the best 28 QB, but it's all about projection. What are they going to look like years from now? So physical development is necessary, but love the talent. And then Alex Smith, he's at Round Rock Westwood, the son of Mizzou legend Brad Smith. Played sub-varsity last year, but is on varsity this year. Lancaster wide receiver Caleb Choice played varsity for them as a freshman. He also played varsity basketball. He's a younger brother of Emmanuel Choice, who is a top 247 receiver that'll be a freshman at Oklahoma this year, and he's expected to play. Peyton Smith, another LaPorte kid, varsity football and basketball player, and as a receiver had 14 catches, 283 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Denton Geyer, defensive lineman Logan Loki, the son of former Texas Longhorn defensive lineman Derek Loki. Carthage 3-star receiver J.D. Edwards. His older brother is K.J. Edwards. And then Weiss linebacker Tylen Henderson, 6'2", 195-pounder, like big kid, big athlete. He ran like 4.6 at a Texas Tech camp going into his freshman year, and they offered him. This is only an offer for right now, but he'll get more. And played receiver on Weiss's varsity as a freshman. A new staff came in, and they said, hey, man, you need to play linebacker. Your ceiling's highest here. He's made the move, and like as long as he can get the basics of linebacking, reading the triangle, et cetera, he will be a major power 4 kid. And then last but not least, Reagan Smith, another Weiss kid, 6'3", 210-pound edge rusher. Played varsity 10 games as a freshman, 36 tackles, 5 TFLs, 5 hurries, and 1 sack, and has 3 offers from Houston, UTSA, and Texas State. And him and Brian Arakpo are kind of the early favorites for best D-line / edge prospects in the Austin area. Sorry, this dog I'm watching is having a dream, and making some weird noises over here. But yeah, so Will, I know I just ran through that really quickly, and it's 2028, so listeners might not be too in tune. But any guys that stood out, any guys you really like?
You went through so many. I'm not sure if if I'm going to repeat it. I don't know. Did you mention Dylan Mitchell?
I did.
Yeah, that was the only one where I had a just with the track times and everything. We are a little bit lower on him. I don't think you mentioned that than some of the other sites so far. But sophomore season is really where we're going to get a good idea of where Dylan Mitchell really projects on a football field, and does he project on a football field or on a track? Because that guy could end up being the fastest man in the world based on what he did as a freshman.
Yeah. I mean, hey, regardless, he's going to college for free.
Yeah.
Patrick, what do you know about Drew Stubbs from Atlanta, Texas? To be honest with you, I know nothing. The name sounds familiar, but I don't know much besides that. Here's a good one. David Keith Williams said, I know Longhorn Nation is very excited about the verbal commitment of Derek Cooper, but being as objective as possible, how would you both compare Cooper to KJ Edwards? Floor is yours, Will.
Yeah, I think there's positionally and schematically how they fit with Texas. I think there's a lot of differences. KJ Edwards is just a pure like cut and go slasher. Like he's gonna hit you hard, and he's gonna get to the left or get to the right. And Texas really likes that. I mean, there's a reason that he was recruited so heavily, and there's a reason that they're still pursuing him. He's, just great in the second level, and maybe that's where he has an edge over Derek Cooper. And then Derek Cooper, runs like a, what's the college football, the sprinter, like, movement. It's kind of what I see with Derek Cooper. Quick feet, just spirals forward. And then you've got all of the defensive qualities that he has is going to make him an even better college running back because he's able to read a defense better than almost anyone because he, is used to being there. So really these prospects, like, yes, they share some things. They share some speed and size, but you're going to get that with anyone at, ranked this high, ranked as a top 5, top 10 running back in the country. But there are two, very different prospects, big differences between these guys. And that's why I think it's kind of overlooked. Like, yes, a two running back class of Derek Cooper and KJ Edwards does make sense, not only from a talent perspective, but from, a run game perspective. Like, you want to do different things. And yes, both these guys are going to want to play early, need to play early. But if you could get them on the same team as the 1-2 at Texas, man, it would be something special.
Yeah, this is how you way to dumb it down, I guess. KJ Edwards is like Christian Clark type of runner, jump cutter, make you miss, can kind of run through tackles, but is more of a make you miss guy. And then Derek Cooper is CJ Baxter, big bodied, upright runner who, is more of a straight line guy than anything else. As far as Cooper and Edwards go, like, the main concern I have for Cooper, a straight line guy. Like, where is the wiggle here? And he's super explosive. He can hit a hole super fast. But in the SEC, those holes aren't always going to be there. You got to be able to make people miss and plant and redirect, and your change of direction be on point. KJ Edwards is much further ahead than Cooper is in that department as far as, retaining your speed after stacking cuts or planting your foot. And that's fine. Cooper, he falls forward just like Baxter does. But with him, like, the thing that keeps his ranking that high, even though he is kind of a straight line runner, if you are that type of running back, you have to be able to catch passes. And Derek Cooper is one of the better pass catchers at the position in the entire country. Played 7-on-7, like you talked about on defense. He understands where to be in spacing and how to find a spot in the zone as a running back because he's played safety and linebacker growing up. So with Cooper, that's kind of how he is. And then with Edwards, like I said, he's more of a cutter, make you miss type of guy. And I mean, if we're like, Edwards is more of a true running back, you can almost say, or old school running back kind of, where Cooper is, this super jumbo athlete that is versatile as a pass catcher or, explosive up the hole. So like you said, I think they complement each other well. It'd be the best running back class in the country. And one thing too with Edwards, like, I've seen so many Texas fans be like, oh, we have Derek Cooper. He's not coming here. He doesn't want to play with him. Like, KJ Edwards committed to A&M when they already had Jonathan Hatton, who is a top 247 running back, I believe ranked in the top 100 out of Cibolo Steel. So he's not afraid to compete. Carthage kids are never afraid to compete. Blue collar, they arrive with the higher floor, a higher football IQ than just about any other kid at any program. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if Texas can pull it off because, I mean, that would be an amazing duo. DJ Dog said, any updates on Cruel, the edge rusher from IMG? There are not. Texas is going to stay on him. Said it earlier in the earlier this week. Colton Vosick was an Oklahoma commit that they flipped to Texas. A little bit different there, obviously. But, I mean, with Cruel, Oklahoma has to win this year. And if they don't, they get fired before Cruel would sign there. And another thing, too, the large majority of kids, when they commit to OU, they hit this on the live stream. Jay Cruel did not do the horns down. He didn't do it.
There was also some chatter of some controversy regarding Jay Cruel throwing the horns down or not on his official visit. I believe some people from Oklahoma said that he was told not to do it. But this, strikes me as someone that is not going to
he's leaving the door open.
He's leaving the door open. He's keeping good terms with Texas.
Yeah. All right. David Keith Williams, he's talking about Jamari Bowens. He said he's 6'5" and high jump 6'2", not necessarily bad, but in comparison, Lott is 6 foot and high jump 7 feet. All right, like, the taller a prospect gets, it's still impressive that he's high jumping 6'2" as a 14, 15-year-old that's 6'5". He's not supposed to be able to do that. Jalen Lott, on the other hand, his dad held the high jump world record for high schoolers for a few years before it was broken. His dad high jumped 7'2". And Lott went to state in one state for the high jump. Like, it's different. Lott's also going into his senior year. It was his junior track season. Go back to what he was jumping as a freshman. I bet it was around 6'2", maybe 6'4". So, you got to give him some time. It's impressive, man. The craziest high jump thing I've ever seen, actually talked about him, I think, yesterday, Adrian Wilson. He is verified 6 foot half an inch. He scissor kicked 6'5". And if you don't know what scissor kicking is, it's instead of going over it where like you're kind of bending your back over the bar, you literally run up to it, jump up straight in the air, and kind of just swing your legs over it. Like the best athlete I've ever seen. Correct. Oswald Jacket. Great name. Eventually, he'll probably ask us to change his profile to Trey Jacket because I couldn't find him on Max Preps. And so I went to the roster and I was like, oh, this has to be him. And it was. But yeah, and no, CB, I did look that up. He's not related to Marquez Bamaj. Marquez went to Brenham, and then Rodney and Royce went to Dickinson.
And Rodney is at TCU still, right?
He's at Arizona State.
Arizona State. How about it? All right, Jordan, before we head out of here, you believed it yesterday, and I didn't, on what Baylor was going to do with their helmets. And I think as we were on the show today, Baylor football posting the chrome helmets. These look, I'll tell you what, they look nice even with the grays. What they did right here is you can see the ugly, ugly yellow that's on all their jerseys, even on these nice anthracite gray black ones. So to make these helmets not look terrible compared to the jerseys, they put a little gold, little yellow outline on the letters. I think this looks really good, Jordan. I don't know about you.
I mean,
it wasn't going to be the same. We knew that.
Yeah, it's cool they brought it back, but I don't know. I'm just not a fan of these anthracite jerseys, and also like how this helmet looks now is going to be so much different than how it looks on TV or in the game, especially if they're playing at day or at night or whatnot, or what the sky looks like outside. But I'm excited. Shiny chrome domes always get me excited. Some things real quick. Did you see what's going on over at Auburn?
I have not.
Listen to this shit. This blew my mind. And it's funny if Lane Kiffin's getting in on it. So, yesterday in a press conference, Derek Nix and Kent Austin, who are coaches at Auburn, said this. Nix is handling first down strategy / play calling. Kent Austin is handling third down strategy / play calling. And as Nick said of Hugh Freeze, head coach has the authority to overrule anything we say or do. So how often does Freeze overrule? Quote, it depends on how the game is going, but he's highly involved. To me, he's an outstanding play caller, and I've learned everything from him. All right, going to go back here and look at this one. If you're following, that means Derek Nix is calling plays on first down. Hugh Freeze is calling plays on second down. Kent Austin calls plays on third down. And Hugh Freeze can overrule a play call at any time, but they're all working together on play calling. This is a joke.
I almost wonder if it was just like, hey, Nix, you're going to focus on first downs. You're going to focus on third downs. I'm not sure if they're really going to, switch off like this. I would imagine this means more that one of the guys has better calls for first down, one of them has better for third, and they will report them to Freeze before, a play is actually called. There's no realistic situation where you have three different coaches giving you plays. Like that, it just doesn't happen.
One of the comments is like, fuck it, give Bo Jackson fourth down. Yeah, but okay. Man, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I know what you just said, but I mean, man, imagine being a quarterback recruit and seeing this shit. And Auburn did everything they could to come up with some fireable cause to not have to pay Brian Harson's buyout. That's why the whole he slept with the secondary thing came from. I'm not even joking. Like Auburn admin basically leaked that to the media and it was false and they were trying to get out of paying the buyout. But like, man, with Hugh Freeze, what do they got to do? Does someone have to break into his office and like,
I don't think he'll have to do anything with
call prostitutes again, but you got to pay the buyout. I don't know what his contract is.
I'm saying they won't have to pay it at some point. You give them enough time there.
It's just, man, what are they doing? Seriously, what are they doing? Auburn has so much potential, and it is just a train wreck. Just a train wreck. Hey, how about this? There are 1,246 Texas high school football games in 2025, starting with Marble Falls Faith versus Sugarland Logos on 5 p.m. Thursday, August 28th at Bryan's Allen Academy. And it'll end with the 6A D2 state championship, 7 p.m. on Saturday, December 20th.
Jordan, I live 15 minutes away, 15, 20 minutes away from Sugarland. I have never, ever heard of Sugarland Logos.
Yeah, I thought it might have been a typo and it was Lobos, but I mean, I don't know. G&B are right next to
Prep Academy in Sugarland, 605 students. I've just never heard of the school at all. So surely it will become like a prospect factory in the next couple of years. Private school in Southeastern. There's actually a need for it.
Yeah, perhaps, but man, hey, always love me some Texas high school football getting started up. Some other things. Tennessee, big time Adidas deal.
Back to Adidas.
That one's going to be interesting. Adidas is apparently putting money in their pocket for NIL. It'll be like above the board NIL. They can get through the clearinghouse. We'll see how that works. But Tennessee is basically going to become the forefront of Adidas, like college sports. They have a better contract set up, branding, deals, all that than anyone else that's signed to Adidas. And it's interesting because Adidas is apparently going to try to do this with other schools. USC, Penn State, LSU, and 20 other Power 4 programs, their contracts are expiring with their apparel provider in 2026 or 2027. For those curious, Texas is signed with Nike through 2030. They signed a 15-year contract in 2015 that I believe pays like 10 or 15 million per year. So
the big ones for Adidas that I can think of, like Nebraska has always been at the forefront of Adidas football. And I would imagine with what Tennessee is being paid, like Tennessee is getting about 3 times more than they were in their last deal with Nike. I would imagine that Nebraska and Miami will get much more than 3 times. And they're both kind of on a discount with Adidas. Like Adidas, their contracts right now are across the board lower than Nike because a lot of them were negotiated before the Nike ones. You know, we've seen the switches more from Adidas to Nike than we've seen, Under Armour too. But Nebraska, Miami, and A&M. Like, I think those are kind of the 3 biggest brands. I'm not sure if you would classify Tennessee as a bigger brand than any of those 3, but in my eyes, they're not. And getting A&M.
I mean, Tennessee's more of a blue blood than A&M.
A bigger brand, though. I think at this point, A&M is a bigger brand, probably sells more merchandise.
Perhaps. That is a great question. I'm curious about like the financial numbers or jersey sales or how that would work. Because, I mean, A&M has like what? Like the second biggest living alumni besides Michigan or something like that?
So, yeah.
Yeah, so you're probably all right. Other UCLA schools, or not UCLA, other Adidas schools I can think of, they used to be UCLA. They're now Jordan brand. Texas Tech is Adidas, like through Mahomes.
Kansas is Adidas.
Yeah, I think Georgia Tech might have been Adidas, but they're not Nike. I'm not sure.
Arizona State, are they still Adidas?
Yeah, they are. They are.
Washington is also Adidas.
They are?
I believe so.
I hate Adidas. Like, if Texas ever switches off Nike, I'm going to be pissed. The order is Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, and then I guess New Balance. New Balance now is Boston College, for those who don't know. I believe they're the only New Balance program.
No Russell?
I can't think of anyone that is Russell.
I don't think anyone's Russell. I think Boston College is probably the last one.
Hey, I'd be fine if Texas isn't going to be Nike, throw it back to Reebok. The old Reebok jerseys during the Ricky Williams days. Those are hard.
I'd like to see and one get a football division.
Does and one? Are they even around anymore?
Oh yeah, and one is going to be around forever. They've got affordable shoes and they sell more than almost anyone else. I believe it's still kind of handled by Shaq, but they're still around. You just don't see them because they're $30 basketball shoes, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
I think that's
real quick. Never thought I'd see a Veritas mention on this show, but Veritas is where USC tight end Lake McCree attended before transferring to Lake Travis his freshman year. He was the freshman year B team quarterback. He was my quarterback. I was on the B team. And they would just run QB power. Like he maybe attempted 4 passes each game. I'm not joking. And the freshman A-team quarterbacks, Nate Yarnell, who was at Pitt last year. He's now at Texas State. And RJ Martinez, who was at NAU, then Baylor, and then Texas State last year and went in the portal. I don't know if he's found a home yet. But 3 QBs that all played FBS football in the same class at the same school. Now, 2 of them did transfer in, though. And then McCree, eventually he got to his sophomore year. They told him, hey, you can be a varsity tight end or you can be a JV QB until your junior year. Pick one. He chose tight end. He got like 10 offers by the end of his sophomore season. Rest was history. Ended up committing to Texas. Towards ACL, and then Tom Herman pulled a scholarship and ended up at USC. Still there going into year 5, and I believe is USC starting tight end going on like the 2nd or 3rd year being their starting tight end. So kind of crazy. But anyways, we're going to get out of here. Up next, Arch and Heed. Is it Heed or Hyde Manning? Hyde Manning. Arch and Hyde Manning recently joined the Wheelin' and Dealin' podcast with the Texas One Fund to talk about life as Texas students in the upcoming season. So shout out to that. And then at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be back on the live stream. Will be gone tomorrow. It'll be Nick and I, but we'll be rocking and rolling. Thanks for tuning in to Lone Star Playbook. Y'all have a great day, and peace.